Okay, Samuel. Okay, I think we may start a little bit the session for today. Welcome to everyone. We are in the 4th day of Cluj Innovation Days, and today we have a special panel and a special topic in the framework of the digital innovation. We are going to talk about cybersecurity. And I like to use this opportunity to introduce a unique initiative in Europe in the field of cybersecurity. It is called Geiger, but it's not about the Geiger machines device who measures the radiations, but it's about a Geiger which measures the radiations in the cyberspace. So something special which is addressed to a niche segment which we consider that was not very much traded, or we didn't pay too much attention in the past to this important segment in the economy of Europe, which are the micro enterprises and small businesses. This is unique because beyond the technology is the challenge in relation with the adoption by this segment of cybersecurity technologies and understanding the criticality of this topic for their businesses. And we are happy here to welcome a consortium of institutions, organizations, companies that put together the effort to develop a comprehensive solution for small businesses in relation with cybersecurity. And I would like to welcome Professor Samuel Fricke, who is the coordinator of this project. It's a European project financed by European Commission. We have some other universities, but I will give the opportunity to Samuel to introduce us the consortium later on. And of course, I'd like to thank you all because you are here, and I really believe that you will have the chance to interact in this panel, to challenge the speakers, to challenge yourself, and to challenge the other people in the audience that is to come to the end of this discussion with more reflections and better understanding of what is going to do with this opportunity, but also challenge in relation with small businesses and cybersecurity. Thank you very much, and I will give the floor to Samuel to say a few words about the project and then to moderate the panel.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much that we may be here as part of the Cluj Innovation Days. It's a pleasure for me to represent the Geiger Consortium. We have many people here out from many European countries that were working on cybersecurity for small businesses. And maybe we can start with the first slides that I have prepared. The first one, yes, thank you very much. So this is my hairdresser. This is Loredana. So she's responsible for this thing here. And it was very interesting for me to meet Loredana because in all my earlier efforts to build cybersecurity for small businesses, I saw that all the results that we had developed were just failing. It was too complicated, too abstract, too confusing for her. And she always was asking me, well, Samuel, now, what do I really need to do in order to, to do it right? And once she has done something, she asked, well, Samuel, have I really been doing it right? I'm not sure, I'm just confused. And now, what is different in comparison to before? So all these questions she was asking to me, and I mean, I didn't have any answers, even though I spent so many years and so many euros in technology development for cybersecurity. Loredana, well, question to you here in the audience. Who has a hairdresser as well? Just hands up. Okay, not everybody, but at least 2/3 have hairdressers. By the way, who understands my English and my accent? Hand up. Now, I cannot ask the other question, who does not understand me, but maybe you can ask it in Romanian.
Cine înțelege ce a spus Samuel? Cine nu înțelege ce a spus?
Thank you so much, so everybody understands me, which is great. So, Loredana is not the only small business, but Loredana represents, and this is also interesting for me, represents the large majority of the European economy. So if you say there are about 25 million companies in Europe, how many of these companies are like Loredana? And with that I mean, are just simply having a smartphone, like I have a smartphone, have WhatsApp, or in my case Telegram, message customers and partners and peers with these applications. Maybe have a PC at home to do accounting. How many of these companies are there in Europe? It's like 20 million out of 25 million. And the interesting thing when we look at her, is she vulnerable? Can she get attacked? Yes, she can. And actually during the project lifetime of Geiger, where she also participated and helped us to simplify cybersecurity, she got attacked. She got successfully attacked. And this is a clear sign that she is also in need for protection. And if she is in need for protection, all these 20 million small businesses out of the 25 million small businesses in Europe, they are also vulnerable and need protection. So this is the topic of today. I would like to introduce what we're doing here, but before I do so, I just would like to introduce the different panelists. I will give the word also to the panelists just afterwards. And after I have introduced how the panel is working. So maybe just the first person here is Christian Priboy from the DNSC. Thank you so much for being here. We have Jessica Peikel from Germany, from the Pädagogische Hochschule Freiburg, right?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
And we have Stelian Brat, who knows Stelian already? Okay, very good. So for the Fischbau, well, what we're going to do together, I will give you later on the voice to share your opinion about cybersecurity for small businesses. What we're going to do is a Fischbau panel. Who knows that already? Who has done that already before? One person? Two people? Okay, very good. So how does it work? Well, you see there are 3 fishes in that bowl, right? There is fish number 1, fish number 2, and fish number 3. They have some opinions. These opinions may be right. These opinions may be not complete or otherwise a bit off the reality, right? And I'm really sure that some of you here, well, since you got to know already some small businesses, right, have also some ideas regarding what cybersecurity for small businesses actually should be, or what we should do to finally get it right. Because even though you mentioned the shiny Geiger initiative, we can be wrong. And truth may be here in the room. Alternatively, truth may also be here. So what we're going to do during the Fischbau panel, after they have introduced, you can ask questions. Or you can say, I would like to share my own opinion as well. So what we're going to do is this thing here. You see the cat? What does the cat do? Cat takes a fish, throws the fish out, and then, and this is a bit different than reality, the cat transforms into a fish, gets here. So you can come here into the panel, replace one of the three panelists, and share your opinion or ask a question to another panelist. Okay? In order for it to work, I would like to ask you to shortly stand up. Everybody to stand up, except the camera crew. And put the PC on, to the side, because the PC is not really useful. And please see that you actually can see us here in front so that we can discuss. And please see that there is nothing, no barrier in your pathway to walk here, to come to the front and replace these people here. Okay? Good. So that is... Hello? Hello?
Test. Oh, test.
This is a cyber attack, yes?
You can continue and I fix that. So we are recording the sound. It's okay. The
Okay,
mic
very
is
good.
good.
So this makes it even easier. You can speak freely here. Still, I would like to give the voice to Christian first. Please, Christian.
Following the instructions that I received from Samuel.
Test.
Hello, my name is Cluj. I'm a cybersecurity coordinator within the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. We are a newly formed institution. We don't even have 1 year yet. And we aim to become a world model for the way we practice cybersecurity in Romania. I think that we have a great advantage as a country having all these great minds, and I think that we have the capability to do the same leapfrog in cybersecurity like we did in fiber optics. I think you all know that we're famous for the internet speed. To come closer to our topic, SMEs, I'm supposed to tell you a story, a personal story, relating cybersecurity and SMEs. I have a personal story. I have to confess that for 1 year and a half, I haven't been paying for the processes in my auto service since I helped them recover from a ransomware attack. It was totally by chance. I happened to have one of those promo cards from a cybersecurity solution, and they used it to recover in the same day. And ever since, I have been having a great relationship with them. What should be done for SMEs? From our perspective, the major factor or the major risk is awareness. Because I think we have plenty of solutions nowadays, and they are affordable, but people do not realize the risks that they are under. What are we doing as an institution beside Geiger? We also have 3 more research projects that we're implementing, and we're starting another one in December, but they're not aimed for SMEs. But we have $11 million that we're about to spend through the recovery and resilience plan that are specially targeted to develop a toolkit for SMEs. And in the last quarter of the next year, we should have it available at pilot phase. So I think I covered all the topics. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Jessica Peichel from University of Education in Freiburg, which is in Germany. And I'm a scientific worker at this university. And we are also part of the Geiger project as basically the educational part. So our job is to put up a whole educational program all over Europe. And yeah, I have been working basically at the field between media technology and education for a while. So I come from a background of media design, but then I focused on media education, which means how can you tell people how to use technology? It's very difficult for different target groups. So I did conduct workshops, etc. And now we're at the Geiger program, which is in our target group, the MSEs. That's very difficult, but we face the challenge. So the story I bring in, it's a story of my university. So our university was hacked. And it happened this way, that we had a phishing attack. It was a spear phishing attack, which was an email that was sent, and it looked like it came from the principal of our university. So some person actually put in their credentials, and then there were people, criminals, who could get into our system. And because there were some minor weaknesses, they could actually spread out there and see, okay, how do we do this whole thing? And it was a big story because they were in the system months before they acted. So some months after that, on a long weekend, it was a national holiday, etc., they attacked. It was ransomware. They said, okay, we have now encrypted some servers, give us the money. Of course, a university won't pay. They cannot pay ransom. So this was in May of this year, and we are actually still facing the consequences of this whole thing. We had problems getting our email program back to write emails. We had problems printing. We had problems Zoom, etc. Everything was a problem, and now we are back on track. We can actually work pretty much normally again, but the IT team is still, up to this date, and it's October now, this has been almost half a year ago, busy with putting up the new servers. So what am I trying to say with this story? It's basically about, if a university of this size has struggle with some phishing attack, then what does this even mean for MSEs who don't have an IT department? So this is super crucial. It can happen to everyone, even if you have an IT department, and if you don't have, you better beware. So that is what I am actually asking, that we need for small businesses. What we don't have at the moment, from my viewpoint as an educator, we don't have educational programs, especially in the whole European Union. We have a lot of programs aimed at experts, but we have basically not really programs who are aimed at small businesses and who give them the resources with also what they have. They might not have a lot of money, they might not have a lot of staff, they might not have an IT department, so they need a simple solution, and they also need education. Because if we don't take the people on board, if they click on any link in any email or put in their credentials, we cannot ensure cybersecurity in this regard. So that is basically what we aim at in the Geiger project, that we say we are covering the technical factors, of course, but it's also super important that we educate the people and that we tell them, okay, if you do step 1, 2, and 3, and even you can do it, even if you don't know anything about cybersecurity or IT, and that's how we want to empower them. So yes, thank you. That is our approach on the project.
Thank you very much. My story, okay, some words about me, because there are some colleagues here in the room who didn't or do not know me. That's not a problem. It's normally nobody should know everybody. I'm the president of Cluj IT cluster. I work in the software industry since 2000, so there are 22 years of background in this area as a CEO or co-founder of some of the software companies here located in Cluj. And I have to tell you that in recent years, just to attract, because I'm also a professor in the university, to attract my students to the course of programming, as use cases, I started to teach them how to create viruses, malware, to encrypt, to develop blockchain technologies, etc. And I realized that it's something that beyond, let's say, the attractiveness for or curiosity of what is happening behind, It's a serious problem today because we are facing with a world where this kind of hybrid war is happening, as you know very well, and is not anymore related with, let's say, governmental agencies, because in a hybrid war, everything is also related also with the social panic. So everyone is targeted in this respect. There is, and this is important for you to know, there is a kind of democratization of hacking, of cyber attacks. Russia develops crime as a service. There are 100,050 hackers who, for some hundreds of euros, will attack any kind of organization. It's not because a small business is interesting for a hacker. It's because your competitor is interesting of you, and they pay a few tens of dollars or hundreds of dollars and will destroy your website, will have a ransomware to block your business, etc., just to affect your image or to block your business activity to a certain extent. And as you know, usually small businesses neglect very much this context because they think, yeah, we are insignificant, nobody takes care about us and our businesses, etc. But the world is changing. And imagine with 20,000 million small businesses in Europe, which could suffer repeatedly, frequently of such cyber attacks. What is about the social panic, the credibility of the governance in Europe? And this is much more dramatic than maybe attacking with a real bomb. Countries such as Israel established a program since 1997 to educate small businesses as well as individuals in this field. Even having national programs for a kind of, let's say, ethical hacking, just to educate companies to be aware about this situation. Of course, as a manager of a software company delivering services for customers in 15 countries in the world, I had to take care because the need is the mother of innovation. So I had to take care about how we protect our services against attacks. And I have realized that cybersecurity is beyond technology because we made a lot of efforts to protect, but beyond technology we saw that cybersecurity policies are those that should be put together in place with the technology to have, let's say, close to 100% security, because nothing is 100% secure. It's a game between cats and mouse, and all the time you have to be in alert to update your policies and your solutions. Do you think that one single antivirus is a solution even for a hairdresser? Every business is unique. Every business has specific needs and demands. Can you nominate a technology, a cybersecurity provider that can cover all these situations? If you know, I'm just curious, but we here at Geiger really believe that this was not yet accomplished, and we came with a brilliant innovation in this respect, and we'll use the opportunity today to see how we try to make a customizable approach for every specific needs. But coming back with some stories, not my stories, but small businesses here in Romania, I had 5 years ago a situation for a company in the manufacturing sector in a small city here in the center of Transylvania. They had a portal to sell products, services worldwide. Was attacked, the portal, with a brute force attack, and for 1 month they had a situation of not having the possibility to work, to run the business on those channels. We had also even more dramatic situation with an accounting company of 10 people. As you know, externalization of accounting services is something usual here in Romania. And was a phishing and after that a ransomware in the local network, in the internal network of the company. And okay, not all the information, the financial information of the customer were affected, but everything which were about 5 days back were affected. So imagine that from that moment they realized that they have to do more for cyber attacks. What I think it's an issue and what we did wrong is because we neglected this sector. This is something that we have to do to improve and show them the reality, demonstrate this, and after that, of course, once people are aware and educated, maybe they change the culture and behavior.
Well, thank you so much for the panelists. Let's give them a short applause. Now, my question is to you, who has a question to any of these panelists or a comment you would like to share?
Ask a lady to leave, so I will ask you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope this is working. Anyhow, I hope you hear me. Okay. My name is Mihai Talpos and I represent the Informal School of IT and the newly formed alliance which intends to help as many as possible public institutions to accelerate the process of digitalization. So my question to Mr. Brad is, in which extent this Geiger solution can be adapted for public institutions which are facing quite similar, let's say, opportunities, because as you all know, there are no problems, only opportunities. That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and for the source of inspiration for a new market segment. Indeed, doesn't matter if it is a large or small company. We know a weakness in public administration is, in terms of cybersecurity, quite close to small businesses. We know the practices. And even large organization, our university 5 years ago, just because our director, accounting director, wanted to buy some, I don't know what, something personal from the computer of the university has to pay about 20,000 euros for ransomware. Nobody knew, but this is something that I disclose here today. The solution of Geiger is the following. We believe that it's a time for cooperation. What does it mean? We develop a solution which shows the vulnerability of devices, of servers, of everything which is related with the IT infrastructure of a company. After that, we have the so-called Geiger toolbox, where different solution providers are present, and based on your results, you will be advised by the system what kind of solutions you have in place to use. So it's a kind of agile concept, extendable, scalable, etc. So very easy to be used even for an administration. And we will use the opportunity to promote Geiger also for public administration in Romania based on this initiative you have started. So, thank you.
I would like to add to that maybe a small part also from the educational side of Geiger. We have developed actually a whole curriculum. It is of course aimed at MSEs, so it's really like targeting their problems, their perspective, but in general it covers, for example, cybersecurity basics. How do I make an update? What should I not click on in a phishing email? How do I use multi-factor authentication? Things like that. And that's also included in the Geiger toolbox. So there's basically not just a technological solution, but it's also, it gives you direct implications. What should I do to be safe? And how can I be aware also as a person? And I think that's also true for any kind of institution, because in any institution we will have people who have problems understanding their impact, their own impact on cybersecurity. And the education also goes beyond that by offering courses. So there are courses on low levels which cover the cybersecurity basics, and there are courses on also higher levels where you can get a certification and actually take over cybersecurity responsibility for your MSE. But I think especially the self-regulated learning is also relevant for other institutions, like public institutions, yes. Okay.
Can we somehow get this information and have the right to distribute it to our partners in the public sector?
I'll try to answer. Actually, Geiger solution will be promoted in Romania through the Digital Innovation Hub for Society, which is a digital innovation hub recognized by the European Commission, is the first, on the first place, evaluated as capability, which is recognized by the Cybersecurity for Europe as a hub of knowledge in cybersecurity and specialized in cybersecurity. And we have there a bunch of courses for level 1, 2, and 3. 3 meaning also cybersecurity defenders, so to train. And of course, through this channel, we'll make available. And we also target in this initiative the public administration too. But just a short story, because Jessica told us about the education. Also here we experienced these training programs for SMEs in the last months. And in one of the situations I invited experts from an international cybersecurity provider. I will not tell the name of this company. And they provided the training, and the training lasts for 5 hours. At the beginning of the training, I opened my computer and I said to the public, now I'm starting to design a virus. I will program the virus, and to the end of the training, we'll ask these experts from the company if they can counter-attack this virus. Okay, everything went very well. To the end, I displayed the content and I explain, okay, in simple words for the public what is there in the code. I thought a kind of algorithm, and the conclusion was from the experts, no, we cannot counterattack this virus until some of the people will be punished. Then, of course, we'll have access to the solution and we can act reactively, and the others maybe will be safe against this. So, in that moment was a rumor in the class, because they realized that nobody is 100% secure without a special policy, with a combination of solutions and with the education of all employees, including the administrators, because they think that if I have an IT admin, that's fine. No. And was a live demonstration about this kind of, let's say, experiential education for them.
Thank you so much. I believe there is another question here. So just pick one chair where you will be.
I want to be all man here, that's why. So, my name is Robert Stănciulescu. I am a developer. I made a social network in Romania with voice messages. It's louder. That is only for online, so I can. So, my name is Robert Stănciulescu. I am a developer. I made a social network which is powered by voice messages, so no text, just voicing. So I have a question for you. For my experience, I saw that a lot of, when we discuss about the security, we discuss on the small and medium company, we discuss about the external security more than the internal security. What is the importance of internal security and how do you face this? Because also, from my point of view, in the future the change will be the internal security more than external security, because it is a lot of focus on the external security, but a lack of focus on the internal security. Internal security means that our employees can hack our system and can produce a lot of damage in the system. What is your opinion about that and how do you treat this?
Thank you very much for this question. Actually, in the Geiger project, one of the area of intervention was in the field of standardization. Of course, related with the 27.1 standard, but which is related with the security, internal security of the information. Nevertheless, what I have highlighted several times this morning, beyond technology is the cyber security or information security policies in the company. That is an important area because if you, and I have to let you know there are about 30 areas internally where you have to apply special policies in order to secure the information system of the company. So it's of course important, maybe for a hairdresser, maybe that's not an issue because we do not expect to have an expert for attacking his mobile phone, etc. But for some small businesses, indeed, yeah, of course. I have to tell you that a consequence of that situation, not because that employee was neglecting to click on something, but we introduced, because I was invited to support them to introduce this these cybersecurity policies in the company.
Yeah, but in this case it is a mistake of the employees that click on
Of course, but cybersecurity policies are not only papers, it's also solutions that block the access of the employees to it's a control level of access to the information and to access the information system, including the IT administrator. I have to let you know that we have now running 2 projects for public administrations related with cybersecurity, and we made a lot of breaches just because of even neglections, but also we introduced to the mayor where they are affected. You can imagine that we talk where you will be affected by your political opponents, because inside the institution there are people maybe which do not love you and can attack. And he, because of that reason, invested now to prepare these internal policies and including technical solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Very important topic you highlighted here.
Can I go to my place?
Maybe he can go to his place. Is there anybody else who has an opinion now here in the room regarding these internal attacks rather than the external attacks? Well, otherwise, I would like actually myself to replace 2 people here. Stelian, please. And since you ask so kindly, please. And I would like to ask Christian back here into the room. Actually, throwing out Stelian was not an act of being mean, but Stelian just had inspired me because he was saying there are how many? 150,000 attackers in Russia. Looking at Europe.
Yeah, you can, we had the situation when a student from high school.
Please.
We had a situation, very short. When a student from a high school in Tulcha, because he was angry on his professor, pay 50 euros to attack the website of the high school and was put down by these hackers. It's a crime as a service.
Crime as a service, wonderful word. Now, still, my question actually is building on that. We have now seen this Lady Loredana. We see, if you believe Stelian, 150,000 people trying to attack Europe. At the same time, I wonder, if I look at Loredana, she doesn't know these hackers, but maybe they get to know her in some way by spreading some wide area attacks, right? Loredana doesn't know any cybersecurity person. Well, in the meantime, she knows me and knows that I am working on it. But Loredana, the hairdresser that we got to know before, is kind of completely disconnected. So she's neither aware nor does she know anybody who actually could help her setting up the right controls, benefiting from all these technical instruments that you were mentioning at the beginning, or once something happens, actually getting help. So in terms of such help and capacity for delivering help, do you see any actions that should be undertaken from your perspective as a cybersecurity agency from the government?
You're talking about Loredana. It's very hard for me as representative of the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate to start evaluating the activity of other institutions such as CERTs or other state countries or how they are managed internally. What I can tell is what we are doing in Romania at DNSC. I think there are already 2 years now since we implemented a unique cybersecurity emergency number that is, this is also a promotion of it, that can be dialed from any network at any time. It's 1911. And you will have a cybersecurity expert that will answer your questions. Most of the cases we have private persons that get impersonated or scammed or have all kinds of cybersecurity issues, and mostly we developed such recovery plans that we have already prepared for them. Of course, we had the case of Flubot and WannaCry when the attacks were new, and we just learned about them, and that's where the European system of CSER network kicks in, and each member state, as soon as he finds out about any kind of cyber attack, has a duty to report to the others, and from this comes our strengths. And for people like Loredana, I think that we need more cybersecurity defenders that are on reach at any time to give pragmatic answers. And also, as you mentioned at the beginning, there is also a validation challenge. When do you know that you have done enough in terms of cybersecurity? So that's why you need someone externally to give you a green light, or an application like our Cyber Geiger to tell you what's your level of cybersecurity and give you a kind of comfort. But to finish, we all know that cybersecurity does not exist. We only have levels of cybersecurity, and no one is a safe target. It depends who's after you and the resources they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This actually already represents the end of the panel. I would like to ask, before we applaud all participants, I would like first just to ask everybody to think about the little take-home that you have taken out of this discussion here. And I would like to ask each of the panelists that we had originally to shortly share with us what the most significant statement here from today, from this morning was so far, before we then have a short break and then move into the next session. So Jessica, you're allowed back. And who wants to give the statement first? Jessica, please. Yes.
So, well, as I said, I come from a background of education, and for me, this is where cybersecurity starts. Educate your employees on cybersecurity. Make sure that they get at least some basic information, and then you cover a lot of percentage of the dangers. We will never cover 100%, that's for sure. But if we don't start with the awareness and like basic competences, then we don't have a chance.
My takeaway was from today's talk that according also to the NIS 2.0, I do not know if you're familiar with it, the Network and Information Security Act that is now under the second review. It will also cover public administration, and public administration will have to take cybersecurity measures. And I think that maybe we could extend the Geiger project or another project to research for such services for the public sector. Thank you.
My takeaway is imagine how small fishes defeat against big fish or big fishes. How is happening? Do you know? Only by running? Only by hiding? How? Staying together. So this is the idea. Small businesses are small fishes. We have to understand that to fight against these big sharks, which might be governments, which are, let's say, unfriendly ones, or other reasons, your enemy, companies competing with you, we have to stay together. I mean, small businesses should become part of a network. I would say European network of small businesses that can share experiences, and we can help through Geiger. Because Geiger offers not only a pool of solutions you can use according to your specific needs based on assessment, but can offer 24/7 assistance, remote assistance, using these cybersecurity defenders to assist you remotely or on-site, to feel comfortable, to have a fast reaction, but even more important is to understand that through our solution, including sensors in the network, we can collect these incidents and have a kind of collective intelligence that after that will be used for the benefit of protecting all of us. So this is the keyword for the future. Cooperation, staying together, and less competition in order to defeat this kind of, let's say, trend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for participating in the discussions. We are having now a, well, still I propose a 2-3 minutes break, short bio break, and then afterwards we continue here in the session. Thank you so much. So good. Welcome back, everybody. Happy to see so many faces also after the break, which is good. So I look forward now to move away from the discussions and move into results. So I look very much forward to introducing you then first Max van Hastrecht as well as Noza Ahanor, who are going to present a technical solution that has been designed now for small businesses like Loredana, which you have met before. And then afterwards, just following the technical presentation, I look forward to again hearing Jessica Peichel as well as Bernd Remmele from Germany, who are introducing us into the pedagogical concept and the educational approach in order to create capacity to help and assist small businesses like Loredana. But first, maybe short introduction for you two, and then afterwards we look forward to your presentation. Max, please.
So, hi everyone, I'm Max. Someone briefly introduced me. I work at Leiden University in the Netherlands, where I'm a PhD candidate in cybersecurity, and I have been working on the Geiger project since the start, on several parts of it. But today, actually, I'm talking to you about why you should use the Geiger solution. And I'm going to start off by disappointing you a bit, because actually I'm not going to tell you why you should use it. The idea is that you yourself, by the end of this presentation and what Nosa is going to show you later on, have an idea. Some stories earlier, and to give you a sense of why we want to take this approach. I want to relate it to my own personal experience. So when I try to convince people that cybersecurity is an important topic, for example, my parents, I do struggle a lot. So when I tell them that their passwords are not that great, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is not a good password, they do recognize that that's the case, but they don't really think it's a big issue. They don't really feel they're at risk, and it's not really a big topic for them. So for years I tried to convince them to change their password, but it was very difficult, and this is a topic that we also faced within Geiger. In the end, I had to show them via this website, haveibeenpwned.com, that their password really was online and available for hackers, and they started to realize, okay, I am really at risk, and eventually they now, well, they told me they're using a password manager. I don't fully believe them, but they said they're doing their best to improve. And that sort of gets at the heart of it. It's really up to users, people, to start understanding why these things are important. And before that happens, I think it's a very difficult task. That's why in Geiger we've really taken this approach of not only having a technical solution, but also this social side of the project to help people understand why this is such an important topic. So perhaps to get us started with this topic. Oh, I'm missing part of my slide, but that's okay. I want to ask you guys whether you think you are at risk of a cybersecurity attack. So for those of you who think you are at risk, could you raise your hand? Also the people online, the thousands of people online, I'm sure they're also raising their hand. So there's a good group of people here that are raising their hand. I think that is justified when we look at some of the numbers that ENISA, so the European Cybersecurity Organization, puts out. They say 85% of businesses see cybersecurity as a key concern. So these are people that are realizing that it's a risk, and they are right in doing so, because 46% of businesses actually experience a cybersecurity breach or attack in the past year. So not only have they experienced one, but they've also experienced one quite recently. It's happening, and it's happening quite often, and I think it's good to see that this group here has realized that it is an important topic. The second question, which is not appearing on the slide, but it is the intention, is whether you think you are capable of dealing with these risks. So do you think, for example, within your business or within your personal life, you're capable of dealing with the risks we face? Raise your hand if you think so. Wow. Not a single person raised their hand. And out of the hundreds of people online, I don't know, but so that says something, I think, about the gap there is between the risks that we do all feel that we face and our ability to deal with them. So there's a gap there, but still it's often a challenge to actually start using the types of solutions like Geiger. So to give you a sense of this in terms of numbers, so 90% of small businesses believe an incident would have a serious negative impact on their situation. And I think a lot of these SMEs are in the same situation as you are, that they feel they're not able to deal with it. And that relates a lot to the fact that 84% of attacks rely on social engineering. So hackers are making use of the fact that indeed we as people are not particularly well equipped to deal with the attacks. They're quite smart people, these hackers, and they manage to trick us quite successfully. Again, pointing to the fact that you need a technical solution. Yes, of course, you need to be able to monitor your network, you need to be able to scan your devices, but the people, the insiders, it was mentioned earlier, are also an important part. And actually 57% of small businesses believe they would go bankrupt if they would have an incident. Whether that's a belief that matches reality, I don't know, but at least it points to the fact that the impact can be really high for small businesses or for us personally. So the question is raised, obviously, what can we do about all of this? And this is where Geiger comes in. So this is a sort of whole overview of the Geiger solution. You'll see something more detailed in the app later on, but this gives an image of what the solution is all about. There's a central application for which sort of everything revolves around, where we measure the cybersecurity at businesses. And we have a technical side of our project where we have tools in a toolbox, and we have connections with national cybersecurity organizations like the one Christian was mentioning earlier. But we also have this whole educational part of the project. I'll get into that a bit later on as well. But actually I want to start by, so I'm missing part of my slides sometimes, so it's a bit hard to keep track, but I want to start by telling you not just the why and the how, but also the what. And the idea is, obviously, by the end of this presentation, you'll understand why Geiger can be a solution by yourself, and I don't have to tell you. So we'll start off with the what. So what is Geiger? I mentioned it just now. We have this application side and educational ecosystem side. I want to check. Yeah. So on the one side, we have a technical solution where the app itself measures the cybersecurity at your business, at your small business, by taking in data and using that to get an indication of what your cybersecurity is like. We have several tools that help us with that. And again, I mentioned it, we have data from certs that also helps us to keep up to date on the latest trends and communicate that also to people, what's going on in the real world. So there's an app there. There's also an educational ecosystem, is what we call it. So we have users in the form of small businesses, but we've mentioned it earlier, these users cannot be left to their own devices. We really need to help them and support them. We do that with an educational program for cybersecurity defenders. So these are people that are trained, both in terms of how does this app work, but also in terms of the cybersecurity curriculum that is tied to our application. And they then help users in using the app, in giving support, in answering questions, in helping them to deal with the daily realities of cybersecurity. And also the small businesses themselves are trained and helped by several learning applications that are tied to the application. But these are sort of two separate things, and I think the core of what makes Geiger so impactful and so useful for everyone is that we don't have these two things separated, but actually they work together. So Geiger is an app, yes. It's an educational ecosystem, yes. But most of all, it's really a community of people working on cybersecurity. So that's, I think, something that Mr. Brad mentioned earlier. It's something that's a problem. We're all small businesses, we're individuals that need to tackle this problem, and there's pretty big organizations that are attacking us. So we need to solve the problem together. So that's why Geiger takes a holistic approach. It's not just about teaching people, it's not just about a technical solution, it's about both combined and doing it together. So that gives a very short overview of what the project is all about. So the what. The how is, of course, how does this actually translate into practice and turn into an actual app which I can use and see and download. Nosa will tell you a lot more about that later. But the basics is that you download the app, you join the Geiger community, so there's really a community already existing that you can join, an online community, but also with the fact that we have these cybersecurity defenders, not only online, but also real world community, and you get started. It's as simple as that, really. Of course, cybersecurity is something that you need to continuously work on, so getting started is the first step, and then we hope that we can keep supporting people in using the application. As I said, you'll see the details of the app a bit more later. So we've covered the what and the how, and obviously the question to you is whether you think the why is covered as well. Whether you think Geiger is the solution for you, and whether you think it can help you to improve your cybersecurity at your small business, at the small businesses that you know. So this is a question for you to decide. I'm going to leave it to you, but hopefully by the end of today, a lot of people will have installed the application and started using it. I don't know, is there people already in the room that have installed the Geiger app? Okay, I see some hands, that's good to see. Hopefully we can increase that number by the end of the day. And for now, I want to give the word actually to Nosa, and hopefully he can show you some nice details of what the app actually looks like. Can I give you the word? Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Nosa. I'm part of the developers for Geiger Toolbox. So basically I'm going to walk you through how Geiger Toolbox looks like. I think I have my slide. Okay. Yeah, it works. So this is like a preview of the Geiger Toolbox. So kind of the home screen. So like Max said, so Geiger is like a community. Okay. Okay. Geiger is a community. So it's made up of people and technology and apps also. So what Geiger does as a toolbox, we try to aggregate all the apps, cybersecurity apps, and recommend it to the users. So our users are kind of small businesses, like Loredana is an hairdresser. So we try to make the toolbox as simple as possible so that anybody that doesn't have an idea of how apps works can use it. So we have like a centralized button basically that does the scanning. So what the scanning does is scan your devices based on the tool you have that we have recommended to you. So this is just like a screenshot. Initially, you don't have this score. We start at 50 at first. Yeah. So we choose 50 in the sense that we don't know if you have done poorly or badly. So we try to be neutral. As a Swiss citizen, we try to be neutral. So we start at 50. And at first, you have to accept our terms and conditions, though there's a registration page. We don't have it yet now. Then you start at 50, we have like the top 12 threats, but we start at just 3 threats, basically because we just have tools that covers those 3 threats, malware, phishing, and spam. And when you click on each of these threats, you have a recommendation. So we'll give you a recommendation on a tool that will help you to improve your score for phishing or malware. And when you do that, we show the tool, then a description on how to do that. And if you follow the description and you install the tool, you have the score is reduced. Now we can track you. It means that you are following our recommendation. And we don't want to just give you like, oh, you have done great. Yeah, you have 10, you're good to go. No. So we just try to reduce the score a little bit based on the algorithm we have. So the algorithm ensure that data coming from those tools that you have installed and how you perform, we try to calculate, aggregate the data, and you have aggregation score, which is 47. Though other threats has like 50. But the recommendation you took was for malware. You saw that malware is 37. But technically, we shouldn't show 27 because there are a lot of threats that you have to improve. And we have 47. So now, maybe for example, the tool you install was a mobile security scanner. As a toolbox, we can scan your device. So we need a tool. So when you press on the scan button, at the background, we send a message to these tools that they should perform a scan. So you don't have to interface with this tool. That's why I said Geiger should be simple as possible, as simple as possible. Though you have multiple tools, you don't have to interact with those tools. From Geiger, you can do what you want. And when you press the scan button, it took some seconds, then you have the result that your scan was successful. And we tell you the tool that does the scanning. So if you need more details, you go to the tools and you find more information. So I didn't have a slide of the tool. It would be nice to have it, but I just focus on the toolbox itself. Now going to the back of synchronizing your data, like maybe you have toolbox in various devices, and you want to have them in a centralized device. Now you just have to synchronize your devices into one. Basically, you need, we have a Geiger cloud infrastructure, which is well secured. Basically, you have to synchronize your data with our cloud. And when you do this, then you can pair your devices. And we use QR code to do that. So this is just show the steps for the settings and how to do it. So it's user-driven, so we don't synchronize your data without your permission. So you have to trigger it yourself. And this shows the history of what you've done. And over time, we show your performance, and we show the metric, the kind of virus or malware or phishing that was detected. You see it there, and you can also decide to also share it with us for analytics purpose. We don't take your data, so we need your permission to do that also. Now, if you want to do the sharing, we have like a description in detail, what we are taking and what we are not taking. Now, you have an employee. So you're like a CEO and you just have like 2 employees and you give them toolbox to have on their device. And they are doing something, but you want to have their score so that you can know how well they are performing. So we have a functionality that you can pair with your own device if you have multiple devices, and you can also decide to pair an employee. But it's just the same scenario, but I'm just explaining using the device. So maybe you have a device called G phone, and in that device, you have not actually done anything. So basically, like I said, we start at 50, then that's why you have 50. But on your main device, you have 43. So you can know which device that you're actually performing well or you're not actually doing well. And you can also decide to remove the device if you don't want to have it in your mail device also. So we have our feedback to tell us how Geiger has been helping you. Then we have a security defenders screen. So there are some stuff basically you can do yourself. So you need the help of the community. And we have a platform called community.geiger.eu. Then basically you don't have to go there yourself. We have like cybersecurity defenders that are registered in our platform, and you can contact any of these guys based on your location, and they're able to help you. And that is it. So we have Geiger available on 2 platforms, but for today we'll be making a demo for just Android. And hopefully it supports Windows. There's a support for Windows and iOS also. Thank you very much. I don't know, it's interested in the demo. We have a QR code outside, so we can try it out and see how it goes. Thanks. Oh, I don't know any. So I don't have the QR code for you to download it. But we have the QR code on our cards. So if you have an Android device, you can scan the QR code and download to the toolbox and try it out. Yeah, so basically on our seats we have, we can go. Okay. So it would have been possible, I don't think I can use my device, then try it, so it's not possible. So I would love to try it out on this actually Loredana's device. So our main case user on how she's going to use it. So it's not possible. Okay. Oh, so we have our QR code.
If you have an HDMI output,
Uh, yeah. Okay, okay, sure, yeah, that was it. Okay. I think I have one. Maxim, my bag. I think let me just get one. Yeah, let me just check. Yeah. Sir? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I have one. Okay. I have one. It's a quite short one.
So the registration process requires a few minutes, so it's good if you can download it, and while Nosa is presenting it, then you can receive the codes already. It's this one, yes?
I'm not getting any input. Yeah, mine as well. No, it's blank. I'm seeing here. It's black. You can see here. If there are any options or something, it should work. Or if it's, I don't know.
Can I also show it to online?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just might not work. We should, yeah. Maybe all the tools, yeah, might be switched. So with the camera it's working. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's we can try another one. No, no, no. Oh, cable merge and one, yeah, we don't know. So the cable it's working because was on a camera. Yeah, yeah, of course. Okay.
I think it's a device you can switch. It's just showing connected, but it's not showing. Another phone? Yeah. We can. Yeah. You have USB-C? So we can just uninstall. I think you have. can
switch.
Thing is, should be this? The adapter or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
Laptops, not for phones. You have to have.
No.
Yeah, probably.
It's bigger, but the Geiger toolbox was for a smaller device. Let's try this too.
Transfer fotografii, mine it's working.
It's
but
working?
It's așa. MIDI, n-ave MIDI. Încărcare invers. Merge, nu?
Let me bring my laptop. Maybe we can. Yeah.
This is work. We will work.
Definitely this.
Aveți cu laptop.
Okay. Okay. So I can. Trying to make it bigger if we can. Yep, thanks. So, okay. So, these are. Yeah, sorry. So, after you accept the terms and conditions, you just have a simple registration page where you have to fill in your details and your company name. Then, that's it. So, you receive a QR activation code when you click on obtain activation code. You have to send a mail. So typically your details are already there. You just have to send a mail and you are good to go. Then you should get an activation code on your mail. For me, I already have mine. So I will just copy the one I have on this device. Basically, they're the same name, the same company, so I don't need a new activation code to do that. So currently I'm running on debug mode. So you might see some slack, something. So now, like I said, we start from 50 because we don't know how. So kind of neutral. Then you decide on what kind of threat you want to focus on. Basically, everything is 50. So currently, we have recommendation. The numbers attached to each threat shows the recommendation that each threat has. So for malware, we have 2 recommendations. And one of these recommendations is asking you to install a tool, and we'll give a description of what this tool does. And you decide to choose which of these two you want to install. So one is for actually scanning your device, while the other one is actually for reporting a virus or something. So we just go for, so I have this installed already, but it seems I have not opened it before. That's why it's asking me to connect to the Geiger toolbox. So what it does now, it tries to open the app. Then each app automatically gets connected to the toolbox. So you don't need internet connection for this. So it all runs locally. So in this app, for example, you can decide to play around. You can decide to perform a scan if you want to, or you can do basically anything. So you don't have to wait for it to finish because I'm trying to be very fast. So just because you have installed a tool, you see your score has improved, at least for phishing. Then we make another calculation based on what you have done for phishing, and your score gets reduced, your total score. And there is a description. Oh, now, KSP, a mobile scanner found a virus, so it's asking me to remove it. For now, I will say no, because I'm not sure what the virus is, so I want to go to the toolbox. It seems I have a recommendation, because it seems now I have a lot of threats. So it seems a mobile scanner found something, and they classify the virus they found according to the threat we have in the toolbox. So it said, now your device has been infected by a malware. Please delete this for application. So malware is the same thing as ransomware, so they just decide, since we have 12 threats, so we try to cover the 12 threats. So basically, if we try to improve this, and we also try to close it on other threats. So you just have to follow the recommendation. You try to improve it. Of course, it's KSP that does it. Now it gives you a detailed description of what is found. So it gives you the number of scans performed, the files, the total scan for each file, and the number of malware that was detected. So you can decide to scan again according to the recommendation. It asks us to scan or to remove it or scan again. So now to make it more easier, I don't know where the file is located. So it's easy for me to just scan again. So when it says delete, then I will just delete it. Well, basically you can go back, then use something, you should be aware of it. So now let's try to remove it. So it's uninstalled. So now it's uninstalled. We can just do everything to us. Let's find another scan and see what's going on. So basically, as the scanning is going on, you can decide to do something else. You don't have to wait for it, because it takes some time, depends on the number of malware detected or something. So you should get a feedback. So now at the background, we get like, oh, you did something. Your malware was uninstalled. So the tool responsible for it sends us data. So we analyze the data and recalculate your score. So you see your score actually reduced from 47 down to 43. And you check the list of threats, it says most of them are actually closed. And you have a good score for it. So you want to decide to, let's go to spam. Let's try to learn something about cybersecurity. So we have a tool called mobile learning. Maybe you are as an employee or you ask, as a CEO, you ask your employee to learn something and you just tell them, go to Spam and learn something about cyber security. And what this cybersecurity does is a training. So it kind of gives you basic training on how to keep your devices safe across a platform. So basically, it's trying to prepare lessons. So you just have to wait a little bit, right? Yep.
I installed this application
Yeah.
and I pressed the malware
Okay.
and one message popped up
Mm-hmm.
and it's written install the multi-mesh mobile security scanner on your device. The scanner is based on the algorithms from Kaspersky
Yep.
and he's as Mr. Brad also put it.
Yeah.
He knew that I'm going to ask this. As he previously mentioned, and we also all know this, this list is Russian
Mm-hmm.
cyber security terrorism, we call it
Yeah.
this way as well. And Kaspersky is Russian company. So my question is, are you using algorithms which are based, which are coming from Russian company?
So,
Kaspersky?
so actually,
Can I answer?
okay, sure.
Yes, sir. That's my question.
Yeah, this is
What are the risks here? What are the risks?
yeah. So this is a very valid question, since we are having this situation in Eastern Europe, absolutely. And thank you also for raising it. So what we have been doing from the side of the consortium, we have been engaging actually with the same question with the European Commission. We are continuously in contact with the European Commission about this. And we were together analyzing the situation regarding the algorithms underlying this very specific tool that you can activate or can decide not to use as well. The algorithms have been provided to us by Kaspersky Laboratory Italia, which provided us this component actually to be integrated. The European Commission was also observing that Kaspersky is registered as a UK company, so not as a Russian company anymore. And on that basis, we have been receiving the instructions to move forward without any change in the consortium and in the contributions from the technical solution. That's the current situation right now today, and on which we have been acting. Now, also when you look at other regions in the world, Kaspersky is very well established as a company, and is not under a kind of any ban or as an organization right now. So what we advise to the end users is number one, if they consider it is relevant for them and they want to use it, they should use it now during the beta tests. As well as if they do not, if they have hesitations about it, the use of the component is optional. Okay. Did that answer the question to you at this moment? I will be very happy actually to follow up on these discussions and yeah, look forward to further interacting with you. Thank you.
Okay. So it seems I've done something with these two previously, because I'm not made to start from. Okay. There is no fresh. It means I've taken some lesson. I've taken some lesson already. So that is why, as a beginner, I've learned a lot. Advanced level, I've done some stuff. So anyway, we just like go ahead. For you, you just have a fresh information. Your beginner level is 0, and everything is just new. So I'll try to complete some modules on advanced beginner. So it's quite easy. Let's try the red stuff. So we want to learn about GDPR basics and try to start a lesson. So like I said, it's as easy as possible. So employee don't have time to go through like comprehensively for a textbook to learn about cybersecurity. So you just give a kind of a brief description of what GDPR is all about, and you swipe through. If you have time, just read through, but I'm not going to do that now because of time. So you just go through, and at the end of it, you said, yeah, you have done it. Then you can decide to take another lesson. Or I'll just say done. So let's go to the toolbox. Now, toolbox found something. Or we can just keep this synchronization later. So now got a lot of recommendations. So because I decided to just take just a single module, then like they send the recommendation. It seems like you have to do more tests on mobile learning. And you see your score is actually getting reduced. From 43, you went to 42, and you click and you see a short description of what you did. Like you actually learned about basic digital principle. And you kind of interested on taking more recommendations. So it seems that we have a new recommendation that has to do with social engineering, and it's quite high. It will make more sense to learn about this. So you go again, it gets open automatically. You don't have to start all over again by selecting the tool. Toolbox itself knows what module to open on a specific tool. So you go through the tool and follow the description what was provided. Then you can decide, there's kind of a short quiz on this tool. Then you decide to answer them. So since I didn't read it, so I might provide some wrong answers. So then you can set a reminder if you want, because this is another tool, so it's not like make Gaga yourself. Then you can just report back. Now I failed to answer some stuff. You see my answers are wrong. Then I'm said done. Let me go back and check. So I did poorly, so it means that something went wrong. So I get a recommendation all over again. So we do this to ensure that the user is actually prompted to do something. Now we reduce it. But in reducing it, you discover, why is my score not 38 for 43? So at least you passed some. Totally, you didn't really complete the task, but at least you did something on that specific module. So the report back, actually done something. Now we send more recommendation to prompt you to do more stuff. So basically, it goes in cycles and in cycles. So with the help of your CEO can tell you, oh, it seems you have been doing badly on maybe there's some threats that you haven't covered yet. So you can decide to take more. So we're going to check our history log to see how we are performing. We're not doing bad, we're actually going down. So the more module you take, you try to go down. So it will come to some point that you really did bad with some other tool, then this chart goes up also. So you want to see like a detailed description or how your journey started. You see, first of all, you install the tool, then this, like a description of what you did, then you arrived, or something. Then you want to see what was reported by each tool. You see, at first, mobile scanner reported, oh, you have a malware, and because the screen was dropped, the icon shows the threat that was reported. Then the learning tool reported this other stuff. So you can decide to, okay, share this data for analysis purpose, maybe. Then we show this, then you don't have time to read it, then you just do it and you share it automatically. Now let's go to the fun stuff. Maybe this is your device, or you didn't know that you have to do some stuff. You want to add an employee, for example. You can decide to add an employee, but you have to replicate your device. So you have to synchronize your device with our cloud. So you go to settings and you just toggle this. So synchronization takes some seconds. So depending on your internet connection, so when it's done, then you're good to go to pair more devices through QR code, and that's it. So that was pretty fast. Now, if someone has a QR code, you can actually scan it. But before we scan a QR code, you have to also synchronize your other device also. So we kind of set a constraint, like as a user, we don't know if you are an employee, so we don't know if you are a CEO or something. So CEO are meant to add an employee. So for this user, it's just a normal user. But I can add a device if I have more QR code or something. So to add this, maybe to add a device, I think I have one existing QR code somewhere. Sorry, Sam, can you help me with my, yeah. No, my phone, yeah. Yeah. Thanks. So I have some existing QR codes, so I just have to try to use it. Yeah.
Maybe in the meantime, I can just join Nosa and also ask if you have any questions about this, because actually I'm not sure how clear it is, but what he's showing now is sort of this process also on the social side of that you're able to couple to other devices that are your own devices, but also to other employees within your company. This is the whole concept of Geiger, that you're not doing this on your own. I think we had threats, and that's a topic which is very difficult, I think, to address properly, because if you really have someone who is intent on destroying you from the inside, that's something that's very hard to control. And I think a key word there is trust. So I think what Geiger allows you to do is to work on cybersecurity together with other people within your company. And this is what Nosa was just showing, with pairing with other devices, with pairing with other people within your company, and you work on the problem together. And you also share your scores, how you're doing. It's all obviously voluntary, so you don't have to share your score. But so this is really a core part of the application. We saw a lot about the individual experience. Are also always there to help you in using the app, and have had this training experience and know how to use the app and help you. Also locally, I think there are also some Romanian security defenders in this list if you scroll down. Daniel and Cyprian, I don't know if they're here. I don't think Stadion is a security defender yet. Are you? No? Yes? Not yet. Not yet. He's almost done with his training. He's still waiting on his certificate. Okay, so you just heard it's 41 people who are now locally here in Cluj actually available. Yeah, available as security defenders. So this is a somewhat short list for now, but that's going to grow very soon, and that changes the experience of using the app, I think. So I don't know, did you want to show anything in particular to round up, or?
Yeah, so basically,
Maybe use your mic.
So basically, this is what it was made up. So you can start to share like some, like Max said, but technically really optional. So you just go in cycles trying to improve your score. The aim is to improve your score. Just trying to, just doing it, but at least the score shows you how well you're performing. So you do it to some extent, then it turns green, then after some time, you have to do something more. So yeah, so there's it. Yeah, that's it for me. Any questions?
Yeah, feel free to ask anything now, and also if you want to walk up to us later on, we have a booth. We can walk you through the installation procedure again if anything went wrong right now. And we'll be there, I think, most of the day today. So maybe that's a good point to just round up for now. Thank you for taking your patience and time to walk through this process with us, and we were happy to be able to show you some of these details.
Thank you so much, Max and Noza, to showing us the technical solution and how it works, how it is intended to be used by a small business. As you have mentioned, there is the opportunity to have further discussions, further clarifications, further support also outside here in the main lobby as in the booth. Now, it's a pleasure for me to introduce not only Jessica Peichel, but also Bernd Remmele, who explain us more about the educational approach as well as what can be done here also in Romania for capacity building. Please.
So thank you. We already had a fishbowl this morning, which went very well. So, but if engineers doing participatory things and interactive stuff, educators have, of course, to do that as well. So, first thing we want from you is take a piece of paper and write on one side, what are the 3 main threats in cybersecurity, data privacy, all this area for micro and small. Of course, also for the people online, write it in a chat if there is one, send it to us. On the one side, the 3 main threats. And on the other side, please write the 3 main actions that you can do to challenge these threats or to mitigate these threats. So this is your first task. During the presentation of Jessica, which will start in a minute, we will make a short pause. I will get around and collect what you've written, so there will be some control. And then you get the next paper, where you have to write something. So we really want you to help us with your expertise, and yes, so that we can learn, because we have only our intuition, how people think, what's happening out there. So we had our attack at the university, as Jessica was telling you, but this is just guessing. We have some general numbers, like this is what's happening, but the real experiences are out there. So please share it with us. Jessica?
Yeah. Thank you, Bernd. So this is now, as you can see, the second part of the whole Geiger project. The first part was presented, which is the toolbox, which is covering a lot of the technological part. And now we talk about the educational ecosystem, because we had the discussion this morning already that education is an essential part of cybersecurity. So, what is our target group? We mentioned already it's the MSEs themselves. And what do we have inside an MSE? We have very different people working there. We have, for example, the manager or the owner. And we also have people who are employed there. And especially for MSEs, I don't know how true this is for Romania, but in Germany, many like family members are involved, for example, in the MSE. So we have a lot of different people working in there, and they are basically all our target group, because we say everyone involved in an MSE, even if it's like the husband or wife of the MSE owner, is involved as well. And this starts from people who don't know anything about cybersecurity, up to people who say, I have digital skills, I know about IT, and I want to take over cybersecurity for my MSE, because so far nobody has done it. And then we said, okay, then we have now the target group, but we also have to really think about how do we do this about the topics in cybersecurity, because we're talking about a moving target here, right? So if you have cybersecurity and then maybe after half a year a different attack is happening, there are new viruses like every day. This is really a gigantic number that's happening. So what we did was to orient ourselves at the European Cybersecurity Agency, which is called ENISA. And they give out reports regularly on the current threats. So that's what we did, that we say we orient ourselves at the current threats by ENISA, and this is what we put into our curriculum, our educational program. So here you can see that we put together the competence levels. So level 0 is the entry level. I come there, I might have random knowledge about cybersecurity. So I might, for example, know how to put a safe password, but maybe nothing else. Maybe that's it. And then it goes up to level 1 and 2, which is the cybersecurity basics. So these are for people who are IT lay, who are working in MSEs but don't know much. And it goes up to level 3. And that's where the certification within our program comes in. So we already mentioned certified security defenders. These are persons who say, I take over responsibility for cybersecurity. I know what we're doing here in our MSE. And then we have different areas. Of course, we cover cybersecurity as a topic. But since this is a socio-technological solution, it's very closely intertwined with the Geiger toolbox. So the certified security defenders, they learn in the courses, how can I use the toolbox, how do these tools especially function. So they are really like experts in going into an MSE, monitoring this MSE with the Geiger toolbox. But, as we mentioned already, what's also important is that they interact with the other people in their MSE, that they say, okay, I will now give you like a small internal meeting about cybersecurity basics, and then you can learn about this. And of course, we have the different topics, which are aligned on the ENISA threats. So it's actually threat-based just in the toolbox, because this is the same alignment. So again, we have, for example, phishing, malware, etc. So these are all very current threats that we are facing. So that's what we then did. We took those 3 pillars of our education, and then on the different levels, that's important, you can see that we have a different training setting. So the IT laypersons, they might not have the resources to say, okay, I take an extra course for this, but maybe I want to learn every morning 10 minutes. And they can do so in the Geiger toolbox, because that's what has been shown to you already. We have self-regulated learning options here. And these certified security defenders, they have to go to a course. So they say, I take over responsibility, I will become certified security defender. So yeah, here you can see again the role of the certified security defenders. And this is, I think, a crucial thing for building capacity. It's a difference if you say, I get some IT expert who comes maybe once every 5 years and checks through my MSE because that's what I can afford. Or if you say, I have an expert in my MSE who knows our weakest points, who knows what we have to do here. And that can be the certified security defender, because this person knows the MSE but also is trained on cybersecurity. On the other hand, we have education providers, because of course we need someone who is offering the courses. So this is, for example, Cluj IT is in Romania an education provider, because they have already provided cybersecurity courses and certified also the defenders. But it can also be other associations. It can be MSE, small associations, it can be vocational schools. So there's a lot of options here. They offer the courses, and as a service from Geiger, they receive a lot of learning materials. So it's really like easy going for them. They get the material and then they can offer the courses. So it's actually a business case. So in case there are any education providers sitting here also, please come to me after the meeting and we can discuss. And again, I'd like to mention about the Geiger learning tools. So we have different learning tools, and you've already seen the Geiger mobile learning, but we have a lot more. So there are tools which are in the courses as some sort of interactive online game, but we also have other tools within the app. And I'd like to show now another example, because we've been talking a lot about phishing emails also, right? So this is like one of the starting points for cybersecurity. And we have a tool here, which is by our partner Montimarch in France. And they have a cyber range that actually includes real phishing emails. So they collected all over Europe emails that were phishing emails. And in this app, you can click on such an email. You can even click on the link, but nothing happens. So you're safe. And in the end, you have to say, is this email legitimate? And why? So that's how you can learn to actually see what is a phishing email and to really detect them if you get phishing emails yourself. Okay. For those who want to download it, you can do it here, but it's also included in the toolbox. So if you download the toolbox, that's one of the tools that are also presented. Yes, the Geiger mobile learning, you've seen it already. It's covering basic cybersecurity topics. So that is important for basically everyone can learn here, like covering the basics, which is already a lot then. Okay, so to quickly sum it up, we have the education providers, like Cluj IT, for example. They offer courses to train certified security defenders, who then go to their MSE and say, okay, I train my employees. I tell them the basics, because they have a good connection to them, so they might listen to a certified security defender. But at the same time, the certified security defenders are part of the employees. They are part of the business. And that's where now the Geiger toolbox comes in, because this is very connected, the two solutions. So the certified security defenders, they have this as a tool. They go into their business and they monitor their business. And then they can say, okay, this is safe. And they also monitor about, do they learn, the small business employees? Do they learn about the cybersecurity basics? And in the end, of course, we have the manager. And that's really handy, because the manager can also see how am I doing in cybersecurity. So this person can then say, okay, we need to do more, or that's fine now, we'll check again in 2 months on cybersecurity. So yes, that's it for the educational part. If you are interested in knowing anything about this, we have a form where you can sign up, but you can also, of course, approach us, and we can give you any information that's needed. Okay, so I'm handing back to Bernd for, the educator wants to know now what the students have.
Yes, thank you. So we have some interesting results. So of course there are the standard aspects like phishing emails and ransomware, but we also have some traditional stuff like do not use unscanned USB sticks, which still can be a problem. For example, at our university, students can give in the digital copy of their theses on a USB stick. So I always thinking, okay, do I want to see the digital copy or do I stick with the paper copy? So these are more the general stuff or the stuff we know, but there are also some aspects which have turned up here. So there was some priming, like don't use software with background where you can't be sure about what's going on. There's also the point that has been risen by Stelia and Brat, that there are lots of Russian hackers around that are doing not so nice stuff in Europe. So also the attack we had is related to a ransomware group that is in contact with the Russian Secret Service. So so this is really, and it has been said that this is part of a general attack on European research institutes. So yes, this is important points that you have mentioned here. So there's one point which I think is relevant, not designating a CSO or a security team. I think this is just this is true. If you don't have a CSO or a security team, you are much more likely to be attacked. But this is the problem of micro companies that can't afford a security team or a CSO. So we have had the hairdresser. Well, she can't have a CSO. What? This is not in her budget. It's not even in her budget to have kind of professional services from outside. So the remedy which some put on the paper was, yes, install the Geiger toolbox. So we hope that this will be one main solution for this. So the second task I want to give to you is we are still working on the test of competencies for what people learn, because this is also something you mentioned, improve the competencies of your staff. So, but we have to check how well the competencies have developed when they use, for example, our learning features. So, so what we need are like ideas for items. So because it will be rather boring if all the items are created by us, because then they will look the same, they will have the same style. So we need some ideas from more people. So if you come up with an idea now while we are still talking, fine. But you can also take this as a homework. There is the email address of Jessica. So if you have an idea, also if it's not completely all the points that we need, like correct answer, wrong answer, but just the main idea of an item which can be used for for testing, send it to us, and we'll be very grateful. So you see on these two tables, on the back side there is a table with items you already created, so you see how they can work. If you have comments on that, also, because items have to be checked and rechecked and rechecked. But on the front page you see the same table structurally, where we ask you to give us an idea. As I said, if you have an idea now, please write it down, give it us later on. If you have an idea later, when you sit on your plane, on your train, in your car, tomorrow at breakfast, or whatever you're doing, please send it to us. Okay, thanks.
A very good lunch.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jessica and Bernd, for introducing us to the educational aspect. I just would like to highlight also one last event which is happening tomorrow during Friday. So we have heard today some questions regarding technologies that are in use for cybersecurity. And we want to bring European technologies, cybersecurity technologies, into the toolbox that has been presented by NASA and that is also proposed to be used as a mechanism to help SMEs. So tomorrow, during the full day, we have several companies that have already shown interest actually in joining us in a, we call it a connectathon, which is a workshop where we work together actually with these companies, explaining the APIs that can be used to become part of the toolbox and replace components out of the toolbox, and as such allow us, respectively local communities, like for example here in Romania, to have a very specific local package of tools that can be offered to local companies here, and as such actually also overcome worries like for example we have mentioned or that have been mentioned before. With that, this is the invitation for us for tomorrow. Please join us in our booth if you're also interested actually in learning more about the API to become part of the toolbox, and respectively of how to package the set of tools that are offered within the toolbox for a specific environment, like for example in Cluj or here in Romania. With that, thank you very much, and we wish you a great lunch. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our panel. Smart City, a concept on everybody's lips today. We will have a multiple perspective on this topic here today with our guests. And we start with a perfect example, Singapore. I introduce you Mr. Suresh Agarwal and Mr. Raja Irg to tell us the Singapore story. Suresh, welcome. You are live, and please share with us your success story.
Very good afternoon to all of you in Romania and rest of the world. It's really an immense pleasure to be here today again after not so long and to be able to share some of the modest achievements that we have achieved in Singapore. I am really delighted and just trying to see how to go to the next slide.
Yes, just a minute. Just push next slide. Yes.
Okay. There was a control that I had. Okay, so a little bit about Singapore. Singapore has been rated as the best tech hub in Southeast Asia and second in Asia, first in digital transformation in Asia, first in smart city performance globally for a number of years. First in ease of doing business for the World Bank ranking. Pretty much it takes not only 1.5 days, but a few minutes, let me say, to establish a business and get it up and running. First in terms of innovations, first in terms of IP protection. We have a lot of free trade agreements from different part of the world. Our airport is one of the best. We have one of the best digital infrastructure with more than 50% of Southeast Asia data center capacity hosted in Singapore, and we have 27 submarine cables and 95% of IoT outdoor coverage. Having said that, and we also have tremendous amount of talent in terms of first in be able to attract and host the talent. And number of things. But I think having said that, we as an economy are looking forward to expand our footprint in rest of the world, and we would like to see how we can possibly expand into Romania or work closely with Romania to expand our offerings and grow further. Maybe next slide.
Just push the button of the next slide, please. You have the control for that.
I do. Previously, I had.
Just a moment. Just a moment. It's okay now.
Okay, so when it comes to Smart Nation, basically, this picture gives pretty much a snapshot. On the center of the Smart Nation initiative lies the national ID, which is the single ID which is used across different platforms, be it business applications or citizenship applications. And then you have number of other applications that go around it, Smart Nation sensor forms where we have sensors all around the city on the lamppost and other things to capture different kind of information and intelligently analyze and take decisions to help businesses to provide a coding platform to the government agencies, to the businesses, to have an e-payment engine. So this has enabled us to really get a lot of awards, and we have started quite modestly, but I think we have achieved a pay now where we have you can pay through QR codes and other initiatives which are standardized against across multiple vendors that are providing. And I would like to highlight that all of these services that are there are provided by private companies. These could be local, these could be global, and we would like to see how we can invite some of the Romanian companies to provide some of these services here in Singapore, while we also look forward to grow our products and offerings in Europe. Next slide, please. Okay, so in artificial intelligence, interestingly, Singapore is predicted to grow from less than $1 billion to $16 billion. Now, that is a lot of money that is being spent to enable AI for everyone and AI for industry. And there are a lot of, as you can imagine, there will be a lot of skill shortage, and we really look forward to work together as two countries to try and see how can we bridge the skill shortage. And I just want to highlight before I click on the next slide over here to say that this 16 billion is not, I don't look at it as money that is spent. In fact, it gives returns at least 10 times more than that, and you will see that on the next slide. So even though these numbers look huge, but the amount of benefit these numbers provide to the country are even greater. So when it comes to providing a lot of these IT services, cybersecurity becomes very important. And not that we don't have a lot of attempts to try and break into some of our systems, because a lot of these systems are 24/7 globally. But I think Singapore has made substantial amount of investments to ensure that not only bigger companies but also SMEs, to individuals like myself and our homes are secure, and any attempt to hack into any of the systems is well taken care of, and that is because of tremendous amount of R&D and different centers, center of excellences that has been created. Coming on to the next slide, that we will see that some of these initiatives, in order for them to run, we need tremendous amount of data centers. We already have more than 60 data centers that are using a lot of power, and I know energy is a sensitive thing today, but if we can also build some of these newer data centers and build a strong connection between the two countries, I think this is where we are. But I think this is a never-ending chasing game. Once we have more data centers, we need more and more. So I think we are looking forward to try and see how we can further grow from here. Next slide, please. Okay, this gives pretty much a snapshot. I'm going to spend a little more time on this particular slide. I think in total, Singapore has invested $9 billion in last 4 years. And the government is estimated to spend another $2.7 billion in ICT procurement this year. And out of these 2.7, 1.44, which is close to more than 50% of it, is on machine learning, IoT, and data science. So these are real applications that are coming through, and we would like to see how we can work together, because this is the real funding that is being spent, and this is not a grant from anybody. This is the government spending money, and private companies trying to deliver based on this. But the paybacks for any of these are huge. Even though these numbers look big, but I think in terms of return on investment, they are not so big. 5G, I think Singapore has started putting up 5G infrastructure and the applications based on 5G. Basically, more than 1 billion procurement opportunities have been set aside to develop a commercial cloud for government to host its application. Cybersecurity market is close to $1 billion, and just I think this is huge opportunity where we two countries can work together and try and see how how we can, as businessmen, expand into Romania and Europe, but at the same time, how Romanian companies can participate into some of these opportunities in Singapore, where they can deliver some of their state-of-art work here and then take it to next level. The challenge here is once some of these companies deliver the work in Singapore, they would be rubbing shoulders with West, and it would be put in a live environment. So it's both. Uh, uh, I think it's a two-way street where we both tend to gain, and these opportunities are open to anybody from anybody in the world who can deliver the best value for money. Maybe next slide. So one of the ways that we try to encourage innovation is to look at the digital innovation platform, where we call more than 300 challenges that has been called, and this $9 billion is a small amount that has been spent as a prize money. But the key is you have more than 12,000 people or companies delivering solutions. I think that's the big thing. And all of these challenges are online, and anybody from Romania can also take a look at it and say, yes, I can meet this challenge and deliver this solution. Next slide. Sorry, my apologies. I'm not able to figure out how to go to the next slide. So finding opportunities, I think Singapore has made substantial amount of efforts to enable even the smaller companies, small and medium-sized enterprises, to go digital, where the government actively tries to look at the problems that the smaller companies have, and basically curate solutions and place the solutions on the portal. Say, for example, any Romanian company has a good solution which can be provided to smaller companies. It can be listed for providing a solution, and then any of the SMEs, the fact that it is listed on the portal, there is some validation that yes, this is a good solution, which is a workable solution. And the beauty of it is any solution that is rubber stamped by the government. The government is also ready to fund for this solution. It helps to grow the tech sector, and at the same time helps the SMEs to get the solution. Next slide, please. So I think we also have a platform at SGTech to manage the tech platform, to match the. I think maybe this will be my last slide, because the rest of the presentations goes into details of SGTech. So maybe I can just give we are an association, we are an organization where all the IT companies come together, and we advocate as an association our issues if we have, and push forward for newer solutions and on a collective basis. So we would like to closely try and see how we can replicate our success, and at the same time how we can involve the players from different part of the world to help us achieve even greater heights. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Suresh. I want to ask you a question. I saw on your presentation you mentioned AI for everyone, and an initiative which maybe you share more. How can we replicate this initiative here in Romania?
Sure. So I think basically there are a number of challenges that has been put forward by the government or by the individuals, and these challenges could be as simple as some of these challenges have been a lot of them have been solved, and hence we know the solutions. As simple as what is the best and the fastest way to go from point A to point B. What are the different modes of transport? So it sounds very simple right now, but when the challenge was put in place, I think it was a complex challenge which has been solved. So similarly, I think there are a lot of questions that we all have in our mind, and a lot of problem statements that have been created. And even today, if you look at the amount of problem statements that are there on different platforms, which I provided the links on the presentation that I did, you will try to see what are the how the imagination is going, and how some of these artificial intelligence, machine learning, because practically speaking today, some of these platforms are available as gadgets, either on Amazon or on Google or on any of the cloud service providers. So if you are a software developer, all you probably need to do is to pick it up from some of these platforms and just embed solution and get it going. I think it's really as simple as that. So even though the amount of money that is spent is going to be, say, for example, which is real numbers, $16 billion. But I think the amount of benefits that it's going to give, which were probably coming in the later slides, is to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. And this is real benefits that we have received. Obviously, sometimes we also don't like it. Sometimes we like it. When we say we don't like it, because if we are individuals and if the income tax departments applies AIs and picks up our income information from multiple sources, then we have to pay our income tax more accurately. So yes, AI for everyone could be helping us, and sometimes could be not so helping us also.
Okay, thank you, Suresh. One last question. You've mentioned about National Innovation Platform. How much money do you invest? When I say you, I mean Singapore. How much money Singapore invested in this platform?
Okay, so practically what happens is, be it a government agency or be it a private company or be it an individual, he or the person will put the problem statement on it. So people will come out with the solutions, and whoever is putting the problem statement will pay for the problem to be solved. So you put up your prototype, you put up your concept, your IP is protected. If your solution is selected, then obviously the end customer who is going to use your solution is going to pay for it, and you as a company are going to have a test bed. That means you are going to have a customer who is going to try out your solution. So it could be any amount of money, and if you total up all the amount of money that is spent on all the innovations, I think it goes well beyond tens of billions of dollars, because the amount that I showed, which is $2-3 billion in US dollars, is the money that the government is spending, but these problems are put up by government agencies or by private sector, and they pay for it.
Okay, thank you very much. We move forward now to our next guest, also from Singapore, Mr. Raja Irg, CEO at Ixiono. Hello, Raja.
Yeah, hi. I guess
you can hear us, you can see us, I guess.
Very much, very much.
Welcome to Cluj Innovation Days.
The video. Maybe it's loading.
Yes, now.
Yeah, now I can see. Sorry for the poor light.
It's okay. It's no problem. We are glad to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Hopefully. On. So please.
Yeah, hi. So hi, I'm Raja, and I'm the ICT head of Romanian Chamber of Commerce in Singapore, and I'm also the CEO of Ixiono, which is a smart city solution provider. I think in this presentation I'll be taking more a realistic approach about how a smart city solution can be implemented, what are the building blocks, and based on the Singapore model, even small cities can adopt smart city technologies. There are alternative solutions and all. So my approach is more focused on that. So one second, yeah, next slide. As you know, in the world, there's been ranking consistently, and Singapore has been ranking the number one smart city in the world for consistently for 3 years, um, where you have cities like Singapore and Zurich and Oslo, Geneva, Copenhagen, and so on. But Singapore has constantly been upgrading itself on all the digital fronts to make sure it stays above the competition. And I think it's been doing pretty well on that front. Uh, the areas where my colleague Suresh has been explaining about how the country has invested in millions, billions of money into, or making a smart solution for the businesses, for the living, for the transportation, and so on. These are some of the areas. The image is quite small, but when we go about my transport, we have a solution where all the transport is information is integrated, and you have a prediction and planning availability with that smart my transport SG platform. And for contactless payments, we have something called Pay Now, which integrates all the banks and payment systems to one unified system. We have MyInfo, SyncPass, where we integrate all our uh, signing in process and data holding process, where we could share with the private and government stakeholders for different applications. That includes whether you're going to apply for a bank, or you're linking in with any particular government process. You just have to scan the QR code from your smartphone, and then you will be able to sign in, or even sign documents and other things. We have a health 365 platform, which is actually basically the health platform, where you can see your digital health and so on. I think yeah. Um Screen, yeah. Okay, there are, so I think I've been to the next screen automatically. So there are many apps which the platform has integrated, and it has done a good smart city platform. Uh, we have increasing urban population. We have a pollution crisis. Water resources are depleting. Pandemics, uh, chaotic transport infrastructure, energy efficiency, bad traffic, and so on. So every city needs a solution which we could take the data and controls in different parts of these pain points to have an intelligent solution to manage that in a better, effective way. And you know, uh, how do we do that? How do we build a smart city solution? First we need to understand, where are the areas where we could build a smart city solutions. On the economy side, on the mobility side, on the environment side, and on people resources, on the living front, and the government processes to make it more, effective in terms of how to reach to make their services more reachable to the common people. One of these areas is, smart energy systems, where you're using the energy more efficiently, a pollution management solution, where the traffic and pollution effectively monitored, and we're able to make an assessment where the heat points are there, and so on. Uh, some of these blocks in creating a smart city solution is, um, we first need to have an evaluation of the city needs on more individualistic level, because no city is the same. And first we see the traffic requirements, and the tolls, the how we manage those traffics. Then we have energy and water and the resource utilizations, um, how to effectively manage the city resources and other things and all. The public health systems, how we could have a unified database system to to exchange data between different stakeholders in the healthcare system. And then we have public security system, which include disaster management, policing, and emergency response like fire and other things and all. How we could effectively implement those to integrate it to the same platform. And then, of course, we have education system, where we could effectively upskill the local resources to a more intelligent population. And then you have the government services and so on, where you know the social issues, the public services issues, and the decision making and tools to help them make the decision, the analytics and the BI. So for them to effectively make a good decision. So these are some areas where we could do some evaluation on the requirements, and then effectively implement that. As I said, these are some areas where the e-government services, government policy, a hotline for the government, the city management, emergency management, so the post office, traffic, food safety, and healthcare, the community, digital campuses, and smart tourist applications. All of them could be built, and applications could be built on the outer front, and then can be integrated to the city cloud. So, as what are the blocks of having various services on this block? You have the emergency systems and all the other applications on the top layer, where you are facing the citizenry or the users and all. And then we have the cloud, which is the brain. You have business intelligence and the database and the applications and so on. And of course, you have the cyber physical networks, where first you have the mobile networks, internet networks, which connects to the end, sensors and phones, call centers, which are on the lower end, where these are the areas which are inputting the data, where you have IoTs in the streets for management of the which senses the traffic and the bus network and the pollution, and the cameras which are seeing for accidents on the road or eventualities, and your own smartphone system which is connected, and you are inputting the data and using the public applications for a very specific requirements. For example, in Singapore, we have Corpass to manage all the services of management of a company, which is the organization of SSM, which is like the company's management department, where we can do all the changes of change of directors and so on. SingPass is more individualistic on the personal level, and the health is more on the health front and so on. So we have applications which are facing the users on more individual level, but the devices are these: the mobiles, call center, your IoT sensors and the cameras, and your general PC and RFID devices and QR codes and so on. So these are the areas where we could, have a sort of the input of data from there. And what are the blocks of that? What do we need on the functional and physical level? We need strong data storage capabilities, a good analytical solution, and which is scalable and which is accessible to most user interfaces in the market available. That includes smartphones or other health devices or other things. Of course, you need to have a good, reliable, and high performance systems. On this physical side, we have the data servers, IoTs, and the networks like mobile networks and dedicated networks and all the smart devices. We have robotic devices also in Singapore, which are doing elderly healthcare, and of late, that's been in, and we have smart autonomous vehicles too, which are used for public and campus-based transport in NUS and so on. And visual devices such as cameras and other areas which are able to collect image data and process it for various applications that include security and issues like that. So, as I said, we will have a cloud bridge connecting these last end devices to the more the application, the resources and all. And I won't. It will take a long time. So we'll just go on the application side. What applications we could really work and integrate into the smart city solutions and all. Logistics, food safeties, environment monitoring. You could monitor the rivers, air pollution. You could build a healthcare platform for the citizenry to make it more effective and all the stakeholders to come to a single platform. Traffic, effective traffic management by using, the camera network, the IoT sensors, and so on, and effectively plan the city traffic. Tourism applications where tourists, when they come to the city, they're not lost. They can buy the tickets of the tourist destinations or so on, and also have a more virtual reality or augmented complemented solutions to enhance their knowledge and interactiveness of the destination. You can have infos, scanning the QR codes, and have a 360-degree augmented reality history process to explain more about the destinations and so on. They don't need to wait in the lines to purchase the tickets and other things and all. And of course, smart parking solutions and manage the parking with app, which is already existing in many countries now. But then smart parking solution, which is integrated into the larger scale of the city app, we're having one identity for across all the applications, rather than having different identity for each of the different applications. So again, we can use that for payment systems where a unified payment system is established, which is linked again to the overall banking system of the country, public services, the taxes and the licenses, and so on. So, and what we have seen in Singapore is government takes a more pragmatic approach. And these solutions, we don't see that it needs to be only with a big city kind of situation. You can also find a city with 100,000 population also able to implement these kind of solutions. You don't have to have a certain size to realize that these applications could be implemented on this size only. So the a unified solution for the bus, the metro, the all the public transport system, and a predictability of for planning the transport, where we're using uh, my transport kind of solution to see where your live in live where your the next connectivity is coming from, and how much time it might take you. So all these are well integrated, even with the internal system of the city, and open systems like maps and all are well integrated with the city's architecture. So you do not based on only one particular platform for this particular application. You can use your choice application to identify your data to plan your trips and all. Of course, this is the same with smart parking solutions and policing. We never have to go to a police station to lodge our complaint. We could just use it with our policing platforms available. We have tourism apps which are linked to the system, our public payment systems, which are like the taxes, and the fun part about Singapore, the taxes are calculated automatically by the internal revenue system. So I'm just keying in my revenue or my income for this year as an individual, and the my AI system actually calculates whatever the taxes are required, and then the option of getting the money deducted from my bank account directly, where I have to link that to my bank account, and I can even split the payments, so I don't have to pay it in one go. So we have all these options, smart options to even calculate your taxes, apply for your licensing, incorporate a company. Singapore has one unique thing is the visa for a visitor. You can issue the visa for a visitor from your own side. I mean, you can apply from your own side, so you don't have to go through a government process and do that. But you can use your own SingPass to issue any visitor visa for third party, relatives or friends or business associates you want to come and visit you. And on top of that, you could also do, you know, most of our employee requirements and all. We have my Ministry of Manpower platforms and so I couldn't put all of them in a single location over here, but it cut down the process where the government has to do all the documentation work. So you're able to file everything and in the relevant platforms. So, and it is connected with a single identity system. Whether it's a corporate, we have two kinds of identity system. One is a corporate identity system, one is an individual identity system. We call it CorPass and the SingPass. So we could have the same kind of solutions across whole spectrum. Event monitoring, water management, waste management, healthcare management. As I told you about the same, we can have a data exchange solution between all the hospitals and other things. So in basically, this is it. Even a small city could be effectively implementing a solution. The possibilities on the end part, what kind of solutions, what could be implementing, is very subjective to those cities. But the common things remain: the health, transport, government services, and touristic services, and education, and various things which are very common for most of the communities. We could always implement those common pain points, whether it's a small city or big city. The solutions are very scalable in nature. We can always, see these applications could be implemented on a small community level, or it could be a large metropolis. So This is it, and I hope we have an understanding, how effectively the Singapore solution could be implemented in various communities. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much,
it.
Raja. Thank you. We move now on US soil, and we will talk about a solution that helps the population of Newport News in case of possible disasters. I welcome Andrew Stein and Derek Loftis. Andrew, please.
My name is Andy Stein. Thank you for inviting Dr. Loftis and I to speak at your Smart City Conference in Cluj. I will give you a high-level, practical perspective of the Storm Sense project, and Dr. Loftis will describe it in detail.
Okay.
I work at the city of Newport News, one of 9 localities that make up the metropolitan region of Hampton Roads, Virginia. This project is a partnership between the academia, represented by Dr. Loftis, and the localities that benefit from the program. They're listed on this slide on the right side. We are on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by tidal waters. As a result of storm surge, rain, and tides, most often associated with hurricanes, our water levels rise, flooding the low elevation zones, including residential neighborhoods, roads, and tunnels. These incidents are becoming more frequent and more intense as a result of global warming and sea level rise. For us, the most important aspect of a smart city is the ability to respond proactively to inundation. We want to evacuate while the roads are available, or move to higher elevations until the storm passes. A smart city should have government, first responders, and citizens take proactive action before the incident in a coordinated fashion and save lives. This is not a local problem in our region only. A large part of the world population lives in coastal areas that are affected by storm surge, rain, and tides. Our approach applies to all. Our project Storm Sense is a coastal flood forecasting system that predicts street level inundation. It is GIS based, utilizes an iterative approach. It runs every hour with increased accuracy of predictions as we approach the event. We use many water level sensors to collect real-time information about water elevations and feed them into the model. The model looks like this. Just one second, I'm almost done. We start with threats such as hurricanes. Sensors collect the real-time information about water levels and feed them to common databases in the cloud. The predictive model is run every hour to generate a new forecast. Proactive action is taken to evacuate or move to higher elevations. And now I'm turning it over to Dr. Loftis.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. Ba da, este cel din dreapta de sus. Da, da. Hello, Derek. I hope you can hear us and see us. You're on mute. We can see you, we can hear you, or not. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Yep. Nu, e bine, Ovidiu. El este. Dar nu are sunet. You are on mute, Derek. Please turn on your mic. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, sorry. Your microphone is on mute. We still can't hear you. I'm sorry. Just push the button mute, unmute on your microphone if you can hear us, please. We will send you a message. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry, Derek. I suggest to move forward to our next guest. We will use it later. Okay, Ovidiu, please help us move forward to our next guest, Mr. Antonio Camara.
Hello,
Okay.
you hear me?
Hello, Professor. Welcome to Cluj Innovation Days. We can hear you, we can see you, and we are eager to know more about your presentation, please.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm going to talk about my experience using artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and virtual reality in terms of the environment in the city. We are very much focused on the carbon economy. And I would like to show a video. If you can start it. I cannot do it from here. Can you run a video?
Just a moment, yes, of course.
Okay.
Just a second, just a second.
Okay.
Okay, the video is on.
Okay, it's good.
Air quality is closely linked to the Earth's climate and ecosystems globally. And according to the United Nations, 18% of greenhouse gas emissions in cities have a direct link to road transportation. What if it was possible to visualize these emissions? To be able to see the invisible. Okay, so first thing, we need an image sensor. Imagine a smartphone or VR glasses, for example. We'll point to a moving car and put our neural network working. Having the exact model, it will return the pollutant levels associated and attribute a specific color. The plume model will then combine all this information and produce a real-time, scientific accurate representation of the amount of pollution being generated. It can be used for marketing for green-oriented companies, public awareness and motivation towards cleaner transportation solutions, and even as a future tool for urban monitorization and planning to improve air quality.
Okay, so this is a small project. Actually, it's a student project. That illustrates what is the power of the sensors we have, starting on our smartphones, and how they can be used to visualize, in this case, pollution emissions from the vehicles. But and I'm here very much focused on the environment. We have also, of course, remote sensing that provides us a holistic view. So sensors are a fundamental component of the environment we work with. And those sensors provide data, and that data, for many years fed traditional models. Today, we are replacing those models with machine learning. And from those machine learning, we derive models that improve all the time. And basically what we have is data, algorithms, most of them coming from AI, and results. And those results are going to be seen in the future of the internet. And we are especially interested in two major developments. One is what we can call the augmented metaverse, where Apple is going to be probably the dominant force starting in the beginning of next year. And the other is the digital twinning of the real world, which operates mostly on virtual reality representations of the real world. And basically, of course, many companies creating what they call the mirror world, and the virtual world and the metaverse. And we in Portugal have a long history in that area because in 1998, we were probably the first country in the world with a digital twin that enable anyone to fly over in 3D the whole country. And this was shown in the Expo 98. We also connected those virtual representations with simulation models, in this case, forest fire models, but we work also with water and air quality. And we realized then that in the future, one fundamental aspect was public participation. And for that to happen, we start developing interfaces inspired on video games. What we realize now, and 20 years have passed, and as I mentioned, all of us have very detailed sensors in our pockets, is that we know now our position, but more importantly, we know the coordinates of our field of view. And these are going to be really fundamental for a new world, which will be based in its interface on augmented reality, because this means that we are going to be able to index, in utmost detail, pretty much everything. So we realize that to move ahead and change, our work, our environmental work to another level, we needed another atomic unit for the internet, and we came up with the smart tags that basically provide information overly detailed to almost any aspect of the city. I'm not going to show this video, you can explore it later. So we did a project in Lisbon, in the neighborhood, where we created thousands of tags, pretty much on almost any aspect, every plant, every bird, every tree. Well, too much space in parking. They make our traffic horrendous. So one of the projects we have been involved is to create the smallest possible vehicle, and it's called Tuga, and of course it's electric, and we are developing it in Portugal. And 5 Tugas occupy the parking place of one single car.
No internet connection. Smart city loading. Loading
Can I have,
in 10.
Can I have the
9.
next slide? Sorry.
Yes, you're on, please.
Sorry, we got some small internet issue. Just a second to.
Professor.
Yeah, okay. May I move the slides or?
Yeah, so these are your slides, right? Okay, so you
Yeah,
have control.
I can move the slide, yeah. So, okay, so we also think that besides, you know, these small vehicles, very much for sort of the last mile, most of the traffic in the future is going to be done through what we call flying cars or eVTOLs. So we are teaming up with Embraer, a Brazilian company that created a spin-off for this area called EVE. And we are looking to management systems for the future, transportation in urban areas using flying cars, and for the last mile, really, really small cars. And this change in mobility, we really think for to change, you know, the carbon economy in the cities. So what we see, you know, and this is my last slide, is that now we have extremely detailed sensing. So it's like almost we provide a voice to nature. Because of augmented reality, we can develop extremely detailed tagging, basically referencing nature or georeferencing nature at a level that wasn't thinkable years ago. We also think that if AI is in the back end, augmented reality and virtual reality are going to be in the front end in the form of smartphones now and glasses in the future. So we are going to have a way of visualizing nature, looking to see the invisible in a visible manner. We also think that we are going to have robotics, I didn't mention, when needed to heal nature. We also think that we'll integrate everything that is valuable and that we don't want to miss and that we want to have in a sort of decentralized way in the blockchain. This will mean that we'll track and value nature. And one of the most important things that will be sort of a subject to another talk is that more and more you can estimate these nature services, you know, through the carbon economy, to the carbon offset markets, to the biodiversity markets that are sort of growing everywhere. And this is a way of protecting and regenerating nature, because we'll provide the financing for the people that are really concerned on protecting the natural ecosystems, both urban and outside the cities. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm of course available.
Thank you, Professor. I only have one question for you. You've mentioned about a digital twin for a smart city. How can a digital twin help a city to become smart?
Well, I mean, digital twins in themselves are sort of static 3D representation of the city. What enables digital twins to become smart and to help cities to become smart is that if you have analytics of any kind, you can analyze the data. I mean, using machine learning. We are particularly keen on using simulation models because they bring the city alive and they enable us to sort of simulate in a smart way, you know, making the city smart.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. So we move now to George Theo Wojciescu, which is a doctoral student at Center for Research and Training in Disaster Medicine. He will share his knowledge on disaster response in smart cities. George, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hopefully, we will see you too.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm now just waiting for the slides.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Until the slides load,
yes, please.
I want to say a very good afternoon to everybody. My name is that I work at Crimedim, a research center in Italy, Novara. Myself, I graduated medicine in Romania, in Cluj-Napoca. So although I would have loved to be there with you, unfortunately, I cannot make it today. My main job today is as disaster medicine training specialist in the Crimedim Center that I will present to you in the next slides. Unfortunately, I cannot move the slides. So can you please go to the next one?
We will help you.
You have a next slide button if you can press it.
I'm sorry, but trust me, it's not there. Yeah, thank you. So Crimedim is a research center affiliated to the University of Novara in Italy, in the northern Italy, who focuses mainly on two things. One of them is training in disaster medicine, global health, and humanitarian emergency. And the second one is research in the same fields. Basically, what we want is to make the health systems more resilient and to help them respond in face of a disasters. By health system, I don't mean only healthcare practitioner, but the whole determinants of health. So could you please move to the next slide? Yes, you can also click. So basically what we address, can you go next? Yes, and once more. What we address are three levels: operational, tactical, and strategic levels of the responders in case of a disaster. To be more concrete, basically, we are looking at disasters from the perspective of the first responders, from the perspectives of their coordinators, and from the perspectives of the big strategic level or policymakers level. So WHO, United Nations, these levels. And to give you more examples on what we do, just so you understand exactly what's our focus, we go on the field and train the first responders. We also assess and design trainings for healthcare levels. We can assess, and we've done this, for example, in Moldavia, we assess the disaster response preparedness on several hospitals, and based on the assessment, we train them to respond better. This was a quick introduction just to give you a deeper understanding of our work. Can you go next, please? Now I will go into the disaster response. And why am I going in there? Because in the field of disaster response in the last years, there have been a lot of technical innovations. And now I'm going to introduce you in a few of them where we work, but also on the existing ones where we don't work, but I think they are interesting to present. So firstly, I'll talk a bit about the Nightingale project, which is a European funded research project, which brings together technical partners, so industry representatives, together with healthcare practitioners, so doctors, nurses, and so on, who work on the field, and members of the academic sectors like ourselves. The purpose of this project is to make technology help us or help the first users and the final users using technology to respond better and faster to disasters. Here is a small infographic about the main tools that this project will develop. I will go a bit more in depth in the next slides, but what I want to say straight from the beginning is that this project focuses on all phases of the disaster response and all agencies that respond on a disaster. Can you go next, please? So basically the purpose of the project is to build a toolkit, some practical real life tools that would help the first responders overcome a disaster more easily. For example, we are working on developing a drone that will automatically fly over the disaster area, identify patients, and also identify any motions that are there. This will help us not only identify the patients and map the patient locations, but also identify unstable structures. For example, we also will develop triage and vital sign devices. What this means is that the first responders, the first ambulance that arrives at the disaster site, will put some bracelets, some wearables on the patient's hand. These wearables will measure the patient's vital signs and will transmit the data to a mobile phone, to an app that will triage these patients, will tell the first responders who needs them first, and will propose a set of treatments that the first responder can do or not according to their experience. Another, going up a bit from the operational level, we will have the C3 or common operational picture. Basically, this is a system, a smart system designed for the dispatch center that will help them see in real time what's happening on the field, and they can coordinate all the resources in the area, respond to this disaster, and moreover, it will give the dispatcher feedback on how could they do better based on algorithms that are developed through artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is just a quick overview of this project. Can you go please next? Here you can see a little bit how sort of an app would look like. What I want to stress is that all these tools will be interoperable and they will enhance the multi-agency collaboration. So we are not only addressing the doctor or the nurse, but we are also looking at the firefighters, the police, the hazardous materials responders, and so on. Moreover, they will be integrated with the hospitals in the area. So, for example, if the bracelet measures the vital signs on the patient in the field, it will upload the data on the app, and the hospital will also have access to that app once the patient gets in there. Can you go next, please? If we go further on from the response, of course, the response is important, but more important than the response, as it is with normal diseases, is to prepare for a disaster. Here, the technology also helps us. Could you please go on? For example, this is not developed by us. It's just a practical example. There are websites on nuclear, possible nuclear bombings, and also chemical and nuclear disasters, so not military related, that can help the first responders predict what would a bomb or what would a chemical spill do to an area. We used this a similar software during the simulation that was performed in the chemical compound of Târgu Mureș, Naso Mureș, where using a similar technology, we could estimate what would happen and which would be the most affected areas in case of a problem at that compound. Can you go next, please? Also, from a preparedness point of view, we can help prepare better our hospitals using technology on responding to disasters. For example, we performed a social pattern analysis during a disaster simulation. So basically, we tracked the moves of every actor that was in this simulation, doctors, nurses, firefighters, and also the casualties. And we were able, using machine learning and artificial intelligence, to say, how can we improve the patient's flow? How can we improve the staff's flow in our simulation? Of course, this is not only restricted to a simulation. This can be applied and has been applied to real-life emergency departments in order to optimize the waiting times, to optimize the staff's tiredness during a shift, and optimize the whole emergency department structure. Can you go next, please? As mentioned in the beginning, we do a lot of training, and in this training, we use a lot of technology. It's an already quite old technology, over 10 years old. We use XVR simulation, which is basically a computer-based simulation that is 100% personalizable. So basically, you can create whatever scenario you want, and the participants will act as first responders in these computer-based simulations. So this is very operational level. Can you go next, please? We have used the combination of computer-based simulation and virtual reality simulation also in low-income countries. Training for Ebola, for example, we've done this in Sierra Leone, where we train the healthcare practitioners there on how to use their personal protective equipment and on how to respond to Ebola cases. We've also done this with COVID. Can you go next, please? Of course, this is not only applicable to the operational level, but also to the strategical level. So as you can see through this ICE simulator, again, through a computer-based simulation, we can simulate the management part behind the disaster, the dispatch, and the whole coordination phase. Can you go next, please? In the last years, we were happy to test and utilize also virtual reality simulators. These are at the beginning, I would say, in this phase, especially for disasters. I think this is a good business opportunity, by the way. Currently, there aren't any virtual reality simulators specifically for disasters. There are a lot of them on clinical scale, on one patient, but not on bigger areas. However, we have one or two scenarios with 5-6 patients, and this is very, very helpful. And I would say this represents the near future. Of course, as presented also before, we also believe that metaverse would be the next step, and we are working towards a metaverse simulator. Can you go next, please? We talked about response, we talked about preparedness. Lastly, I want to also talk about recovery. So what do we do after the disaster happened? Can you go next, please? A paradigm, one of the most important paradigm in the disaster response is build back better. So if you had an earthquake that destroyed most of the houses, don't build them the same way, but do something better. This is not our work, this is just from the literature, but there are tools that help the policymakers and also the responsibles of architecture and home safety build better houses based on the local risks, based on the geological structure, and they integrate everything through a smart system that, again, provides practical recommendations for building back stronger and more resilient houses. Next, please. This was my quick presentation. I didn't want to bore you. This is just one glimpse in what we do. We are very thankful for you as technology representatives in helping us moving the disaster response and the disaster medicine forward. If you are interested in working with us, please email us. We would be more than happy to hear from you. Thank you very much.
George, thank you. We have one question for you. Is there any innovation that could help us with the next pandemic?
During COVID, everything in healthcare exploded, everything focused on COVID, and now everybody is thinking about the next pandemic, who unfortunately, I don't think that will take too much to appear. Yes, there are things that technology could do. For example, yesterday I was listening to a talk by the Director General of the WHO, who said that WHO now is investing a lot of money on collaborative surveillance. What would that mean? Is that for now, every country measure their infectious diseases by their own. There aren't any international systems that put together all this data in a meaningful way in order to be able to flag when an epidemic or an infection outbreak comes up. This would be, I think, the next step, a global system putting all of this together. And I know that WHO is helping into this. And again, what I think that the technology could also help with, it's smart detection, fast detection, and of course, in the pharmacy level, fast vaccination production, and why not? Maybe also better information for the public. Maybe public management or communication management could be of interest for the technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Mulțumim, mulțumim mult.
Cu mare drag, cu mare drag.
Okay.
Și mulțumesc pentru invitație.
Thank you. So we will have now a very short break, 5 minutes break, just to rearrange the setup, okay? And we will come back here in 5 minutes, please. Yeah. If anybody is still online with us, please stay just 5 minutes. We will come back in 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. So we are back on the stage. Our panel called Smart City, the Dream Come True. We are now here with Professor Paulina Mitra, Coordinator Brain City Working Group Cluj IT Cluster. Thank you, Paulina. Also, we are here with Adela Golea, Head of Emergency Medicine Discipline at Iuliu Hațeganu University. And also, together with us here today from Hungary, Peter Birta, Sales Manager of Eastern Europe at Hytera Communication Europe. Thank you for being here today. Also, some of our online guests are still with us, and I want to thank them too. So, without no further introduction, I give the microphone to Professor Paulina Mitra to tell us about the last 10 years of smart city in our cluster, Cluj IT cluster. Please, Professor.
Hello, everybody. I am Paulina Mitra. I am professor at the Technical University of Cluj IT, Cluj. Also the coordinator of the Brain City group of Cluj IT cluster, which is the biggest group from the Cluj IT cluster. So it's okay that because the challenge to develop smart city ecosystems is very, very important in our days. And this dream already come true because at the beginning, the smart city project was taken as science fiction, but now we know that is reality of our days. So 10 years of Cluj IT are already 10 years of smart cities with Cluj IT. So our cluster is not a common cluster, is an innovative and interdisciplinary cluster. Is the biggest cluster and the most important cluster, IT cluster from the country. And this gives us a synergy, which is very good in order to develop these smart city ecosystems. And in our approach, this is the way to evolve on the levels of development of the society, because the digitalization and the digital transformation are the core mechanisms in the smart, sustainable city and community context. Actually, the digitalization and the digital transformation push our world on the next levels of evolution. The next slide, please. This evolution is taken as a iterative process, a continuous and iterative process. And the 4 levels you see on the slide are started with the digital city. After we have the level of the smart city, the level of intelligent city, and the highest level of the cognitive brain city. And the definitions are on the next slide, please. The next slide. I will anticipate the next slide, please, because here we show what means actually digital city, smart city, intelligent city, and the cognitive brain city. The digital city is when the urban ecosystem is supported by various ICT, IoT, cyber-physical system applications, without being already integrated and interoperable on the urban cloud. At the next level of the smart city, these applications, which are already done in the level of the digital city, they will be integrated and interoperable on the urban cloud. This is a huge step, is a big step, and after we are better prepared for the next level, the intelligent city. which means that these applications, IoT, CPS, ICT applications, are interoperable already and integrated on the urban cloud, but also they are able to interact each other in order to optimize their activities together, synchronize and optimize their activities. On the highest level of the cognitive brain city, we will evolve in order to have interaction, autonomous interaction between all the applications which are integrated and interoperable on the urban cloud, but also interaction of this application with a central brain, which is in the good sense. So the central brain is in charge to optimize, to balance, and to harmonize, synchronize all the interaction between all the elements which are integrated in this architecture. So we'll show concretely, the next slide please, what means this digital city. Almost all our cities in Romania are already digital because here a lot of digitalized application are already implemented. Next slide please. The smart city is already prepared because this hybrid architecture is already prepared by us. So I said we have 10 years of activity in the smart city domain. So we prepared the next step. So this is a hybrid, very complex architecture you see on the slide, because all the 12 pillars in the ecosystem of smart city are actually 12 pillars if we detail the most important pillars of this ecosystem. And these pillars are integrated on the cloud architecture. And the architecture is hybrid one because all the pillars must be treated with their specific aspects, like a hybrid, high performance database architecture, open service architecture for the pillar of the e-government and the pillar of the smart education, smart digitalized education. Very complex sensor-oriented middleware architecture, which is mainly for the smart buildings and for the smart utilities, actually. An event-driven architecture for the smart traffic pillar, and also a common enterprise architecture for the pillar of the economy and the businesses. So this very complex architecture is already prepared, and our cities are evolving toward integrate all the pillars on this kind of architecture. Mainly in this moment, various cities has some elements of integration which will be fully integrated in the near future. So in the, the next slide please. The value of this architecture is this one you see on the slide. In this way, all the citizens, starting from the staff from the city hall and with the normal citizen from the town, will be able to access all the resources of the of a smart city. Based on access rights which are appropriate to the interest of each actor from the city, but this is a target which is in our objective right now. Next slide, please. The intelligent city. I said in this level, we have this interaction, this intelligent interaction, autonomously made, done between the elements, the applications which are at the basis which support the smart city ecosystem. And this is in order to optimize the actions of each of these applications. The next slide, please. And the highest level, the brain city, this means to have interaction also with a central brain is shown here on the slide. And if you go at the next slide, we will see that at this highest level, we talk about smart sensor networks and robotics, because at this level we will collaborate with the robots and in the best manner. So very friendly, very useful for us, for all of us. So this is a future. And if we go on the next slide, we will see the 12 pillars. So they are very important, each of them. The 12th pillar of the smart city ecosystem, and is to manage the things in order to have assisted all the pillars of the smart city with smart solutions. Actually, our effort is awarded. So we have the Smart City Champions Award, which is a very, very high level of appreciation of our efforts and our work. But the most important is to provide to the people and to the urban ecosystem this kind of technology which is helpful for our life, for our evolution, actually. And in this context, we take into account that the intelligent digitalized medicine is a very important pillar, because the health, this aspect of the health of the population, the citizen, must be very, very protected from this point of view. So we'll detail how we'll made this optimization of our life and our healthy situation with the next speaker, which will be after me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We will move fast forward to Peter Birta, which we will share. He will share his success story, because he runs a very successful business in Hungary. And maybe Peter will tell us how can we borrow his success and bring his success here in Cluj. And we do this because Peter is going to leave us very, very, very soon, because he is invited in a TV show. So Peter, please tell us more about your company and how can we replicate your success here.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. So I'm happy to be here in Cluj and also be a part of the event of the Innovation Day. I'm really glad to talk about the company that I'm representing for, and also some use case from different countries, not only from Hungary, but I can say globally. So the company which I represented for is the High Tech Communication Europe. I provided the presentation also. I'm not sure that it's possible to show.
Yes, we will have the presentation on screen.
The last one.
Not this, after that.
After this set of slides.
We've just switched the speakers because, yes, this is the one. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's also nice. Luckily, it's not too long. Only few slides which I prepared for. So, innovation for a safer world. This is our sentence, the message to our partners, because as we recognized that we have to solve the demand from the field to help the people to get in a safe environment to live. And as we recognize from Singapore and also from Cluj, there are some pillars of the smart cities. One of the most important pillars is the public safety. It was also the part of the presentation about Brain City from Paulian Mitra. So our company from High Tech Communication Europe is providing the telecommunication background and also the handheld device to providing the very safe and robust device and application also for the public safety sector. We can step to the next slide, please. Leading product portfolio which we have, which means we are providing applications, platforms, complete systems for providing LTE, DMR and Tetra coverage, and also we're providing for these different kind of networks, the terminals. The handheld terminals, what we are producing, it's applicable for different usage, like push-to-talk communication for public safety, push-to-talk over cellular communication solution for industry and also for public utilities and public transport. And we're also providing fast deployment solution for disaster recovery organization like fire brigades or police. So we are producing the hardware, but we are also providing the application behind. And the benefit of us, if there is already implemented system from different kind of local vendors, we are able to make the integration. So example from the Romanian software development company can use our device or hardware for their own application. That's why we could be the part of the brain city. We could be the part of the smart city here in Cluj, but other part of the world as well. So please go to the next slide. One example, the rugged radios for safe cities. These terminals, what you can see, we are saying this is a multimode device, which means the radio is partly an LTE device, so you can use as a normal smartphone with Android-based application, but it's also a mission-critical device, including Tetra or DMR radio, so you can use it when, example, some disaster happen, and the GSM network is going down, but you can use the radio for direct mode operation or via repeaters which owned by the police or the army or other organization in the country. So we are providing this kind of radio, the multimode radio, and as you can see, it's possible to use by police, and we have many case studies from different countries where the police are already using the multimode device as a technology. So we can go to the next slide as well. The other example is the bodywork cameras. Also, it's protecting the smart cities because with this bodywork camera, the police officers or the controllers of the public transport can use this to protect themselves against the violence. But also, it's good providing the live streaming video from the street and sending to the command and control center, and can help for the administration to make the right decision what they should go if some violence is happened on the street. Of example, some forest fire happened or some earthquake happened, then they can streaming the live video from the field to the command and control center. So this bodywork camera solution from Hyter and also the platform behind can have for the smart cities to protect the citizens and also protect the public government colleagues like the police officers on the street. So we can go to the next slide as well. And the latest development of the Hytera is the 5G solution. We're providing on-premise 5G solution for different use cases, like for industries, like for smart cities, like for campus. So we have example project in Croatia. We're providing campus coverage with the latest 5G technology, or also for harbors, to making the IoT connection for the fast data streaming inside the harbor. So it also could be possible to make the implementation in Cluj or other cities inside Romania. So we can go to the next one. There are some examples where we have the references globally. Example, the Budapest public transport, they are using our Tetra network, but in Prague Metro in Czech Republic, they are also using Hytera technology, but I can say many of the use cases from different parts of the world where we are able to provide high capability and very strong communication network and devices also. Yeah, so we can go to the next one. And one company is Senso Media, which is, we have a good relationship with them. They are also the innovative company located in Hungary, and they asked me to tell some information about them because they are developing exactly the smart city demanded devices for the outdoor usage and also for indoor usage. So we can provide, they can provide this presentation to all of the cluster members to check what kind of outdoor and indoor solution they can provide for the smart city and for the brain city. They have already implemented some projects inside Romania, example for the smart petrol station, but they have already solution for the smart shops, e-shop central and ticketing system and many others. So it's also good to explain and introduce this company from Hungary because this Senso Media Group, as far as I know, they are member of the IT cluster. So you are able to connect them and they're very happy to help you to find a solution for the smart city prospect of projects.
Thank you, Peter.
Actually, Senso Media is a member of the Smart City Group, so the Brain City Group of the Cluj IT cluster, and this is why we are now able to show all these very smart devices, and Hytera company is a partner and a good friend of us. So the Cluj IT cluster is such a ecosystem where the synergy is very, very good in order to push the things ahead and to evolve very fast, very consistently. And thank you, Peter, for your presentation.
Peter, I saw a lot of wow technology presented here. If somebody from a, I don't know, office of mayor in Cluj is watching you, how fast can we adopt these technologies here? How easy is for a municipality to adopt all those you presented?
It's very easy actually, because the platform that we are using, we are able to make the remote connection to the UK server. We can provide the demo devices. So under 2 weeks, we can provide the complete system to make a test, to make a trial, to use the devices on the street, using the features on the platform what Hytera is providing. So the implementation, it could be very fast, and if they like it, we can make the process under 1 month to have their own server, installed every features, and start to use the bodywork camera or the multimode radios. So I can say it's not a long process. It's not need to be making a lot of development. We can finish it under a few weeks.
So let's hope someone from the office of mayor hear us, and hopefully they will contact you to buy this technology. Thank you very much, Peter. If there are some questions from the public or from our online guests, please address it now for Pirto. Yes, please address it now for Peter Birto, because he must leave us, unfortunately for us, but fortunately for him, he must be present at a TV show. So if there are any questions now for Peter. Yes, please.
If it is possible for your company to offer, I don't know, trial versions or demo versions of some of the equipment that you have presented in order to convince certain municipalities that it is a useful tool for them.
Absolutely, we can organize the demo for the software part and the hardware part as well. So if there is a real interest from any kind of municipalities, just please contact me and I'm happy to organize it, no problem.
Thank you very much. Okay. Nobody wants to ask other questions? Okay. So thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. If you must be present at the TV, you can go.
Thank you for the invitation again. And it was a great pleasure to be here. If anyone have a question, just please contact me. And sorry that I need to go. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we move.
You will be connected with the Cluj IT cluster every time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move forward to Adela Golea, which will share us some insights on telehealth and in emergency and crisis situation from the desired to practical. Please.
Thank you, and thank you for invite me here. I am not a technician.
Yes, please.
I am only a physician, but from my specialty, I am an interface between IT and medicine, and I want to think about what is this healthy system, because it's not my only emergency medicine. I know that I am an emergency physician, but if I don't work with other services, we can assist the patient. And it's about how to put the service together, how to use your IT support and intelligence, artificial intelligence, to work together, and when we have a problem, to assure of the patient the whole assessment. And I put here one chain of survival. It's the chain of patient with stroke, because many of you hear in our days about this and about the short period of treatment, which is only 4 hours. Without technology, without education using this technology, and that it's important when we have a smart city, because we can use technology to educate population and to link the educated population to the e-health and also to the services. Because in this case, if population don't use it, application, or don't use it phone and rapid assessment, they can apply to these services. We can have a very nice structure, healthy structure, but nobody access this. Next slide, please. And in this way, I put 4 fields for technology in our e-health system. First, to construct an infrastructure who permit us to develop this chain of survival. Second, to train the physicians, the nurse, and all medical staff to communicate in this structure, and also to educate population and local administration to use it, because we can work alone. Another field is training, and I see a very nice building here. It's a mechanism to communicate without people, and also to assure this continuity of assurance of medical service. Next slide, please. And we have to talk about something else, about our system and resilience. And here I want to say thank you to all your colleagues from the cluster IT who help us in or during the pandemic to obtain this resilience. Because with their opportunity to have a telehealth system, we can assure for many people the medical service. And in this case, I put here together not only medical people, but also people from the university, people from the county council, people from the first responder, which are a different service for e-health. And I want to, I don't know how to say, maybe to open a new field of collaboration between institutions and between different category of profession to build our smart city in the favor of the people, not patient. I don't want to have patient. I want to discuss with people who prevent the disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adela. What is your opinion regarding the time needed to implement a e-health solution like you presented in a city like Cluj?
Like I hear in this session, I think the IT solution could be bring in 1 month, 2 months, but what I want to say is they need training for use it, and maybe we need to put together the research and change the mentality, because sometimes we have the infrastructure, but we don't use it. And that it's more important for us to try to educate from the, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years in this direction, and implement this principle of smart city and how to bring all you need for this, or during your life, how to proceed to obtain it.
And how much money do we need, a municipality needs to implement from A to Z a solution like that?
If we talk about money, I think we can have it. I work in different steps of management in the hospital, and I said if we prioritize and we assess what we need, we can obtain money. Like you maybe hear from the media, we have many money in PNRR, but we need to use it smart to have what we need. Because our great problem in health system, it's we build something, but it's only for hospital, it's only for this institution. We need to put together and to link this, and to have the possibility to assist many patients.
Thank you very much.
Thank
If
you
someone from the public has some questions for our two ladies here, or someone which is still online with us, please. Okay, so if there are no questions, I want to thank everybody. Thank you very much. We will stop here. We will make a break, but during this break, we will watch together the presentation, recorded presentation of Derek Loftis from US, which you remembered he was not. Yes, he was not able to connect properly with us, but fortunately we have some recorded presentation. Okay, so we stop now here, and again, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy. The data that is being collected from all the sensors, the data is being sent to common databases and then analyzed and modeled. And then decisions are made. When it's time to evacuate and how. Notifications are being sent. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Loftus.
All right, so we'll start with this slide. So the overview of the things that I plan to talk about in this portion of the talk is focusing on what is storm sense and the models that will water level station back in 2017.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Stein. I will give you a high-level practical perspective of the storm sense project. Metropolitan region of Hampton Roads, Virginia. This project is a partnership between the academia, represented by Dr. Loftus, and the localities that benefit from the program. We are on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by tidal waters. As a result of storm surge, rain, and tides, most often associated with hurricanes, our water levels rise, flooding the low elevation zones, including residential neighborhoods, roads, and tunnels. These incidents are becoming more frequent. About 40% of the world population lives in coastal areas that are affected by storm surge, rain, and tides. I will give you a high-level, practical perspective of the storm. Here's a picture of a flooded street in our neighborhood. We provide a coastal flood forecasting system that predicts street level inundation. The system is GIS-based. It is iterative, with increased accuracy predictions with every iteration. We use many sensors as data input into the model. And the model at the highest level looks like this. We start with threats. Of storm surge, rain, and tides, most often associated with hurricanes, our water levels rise, flooding the low elevation zones, including residential neighborhoods, roads, and tunnels. These incidents are becoming more frequent and more intense as a result of global warming and sea level rise. For us, the most important aspect of a smart city is the ability to respond proactively to inundation. We want to evacuate while the roads are available, or move to higher elevations until the storm passes. The smart city should help first responders and citizens take proactive action before the incident in a coordinated fashion and save lives. This is not a local area problem only. About 40% of the world population lives in coastal areas that are affected by storm surge, rain, and tides. Our approach applies to everyone. Here's a picture of a flooded street in our neighborhood. We provide a coastal flood forecasting system that predicts street level inundation. The system is GIS-based. It is iterative, with increased accuracy predictions with every iteration. We use many sensors as data input into the model. And the model at the highest level looks like this. We start with threats, hurricane-related winds, rain. The threats, the data that is being collected.
Ne auzim? Oh, ce bine ne auzim! Pentru ora aceasta ne auzim excepțional. Vă mulțumesc că sunteți încă alături de noi. Și ieri a fost o zi plină și astăzi este o zi plină. Vă mulțumesc și dumneavoastră că sunteți alături de noi pentru o sesiune de discuții legate de Smart City în continuare a celei avute de colegul meu Andrei Nistor mai devreme. Pentru cei cu care n-am reușit să interacționez în aceste zile, eu sunt Gabriel Zanfir, sunt cofondator Digitalio. Încă o dată mulțumiri că ne sunteți alături. O să vorbim dintr-o perspectivă mai aplicată referitoare la conceptul de Smart City. Mai devreme am văzut implementare și creare de soluții Smart City în toată lumea, pe alte meridiane. De această dată rămânem cu picioarele pe pământ românesc și aș începe cu scurte prezentări ale interlocutorilor mei. Îl avem cap de listă pe domnul Stelian Brad, președinte al Cluj IT Cluster. Bună ziua! Domnul Florin Găureanu, bună ziua! Domnul Daniel Homorodean, domnul Liviu Stanciu și domnul Eric Barna. Nu am intrat și în detalii mai multe despre fiecare dintre dumnealor, pentru că o să-i invit să se prezinte în modul în care știu să o facă cel mai bine. Mult mai bine decât mine, în orice caz.
Păi, am spus două cuvinte că reprezint Cluj IT în calitate președinte, dar la fel coordonez foarte multe proiecte în zona de Smart City în contextul Cluj IT și din punctul acesta de vedere am fost invitat în acest panel în primul rând.
Bună ziua, Florin Găurean mă numesc, sunt City Managerul orașului Bistrița și în această calitate am fost invitat și sunt onorat să mă aflu alături de dumneavoastră.
Bună ziua, Eric Barna, fondator și membru al Consiliului de Administrație Life is Hard. Life is Hard este prima companie de tehnologie listată la Bursa de Valori București și unul dintre furnizorii de soluții de digitalizare a administrației publice cu implementări importante în foarte multe județe din România.
Bună ziua din nou, Liviu Stanciu, municipiul Alba Iulia. Lucrez pe proiecte europene în cadrul municipalității. Am fost expertul elaborării strategiei de Smart City a orașului Alba Iulia în partea municipiului. Am fost manager de comunicare și pe partea de implementare în cadrul proiectului Alba Iulia Smart City 2018, prima inițiativă mare de testări, de pilot Smart City din România. Și mă bucur, sunt onorat să fiu astăzi aici alături de invitații dumneavoastră.
Daniel Homorodean, director al companiei de software Arxia, o companie care are ca și specializare dezvoltarea de soluții și consultanță pentru transformarea digitală a administrației și altor instituții publice cu soluții specifice pentru acest domeniu.
Vă mulțumesc pentru că am trecut peste introduceri. O să revin la domnul Stelian Brad și să-l invit să ne spună câteva cuvinte care să ne ajute să setăm contextul discuției noastre pe mai departe.
Mulțumesc foarte mult. Poate că introducerea mea va fi puțin mai atipică pentru că aș îndrăzni să dau o definiție personală acestui concept de Smart City. Evident că sunt diverse perspective, de la cele mai neoliberale care le vedem în Statele Unite și care pun accent majoritar pe tehnologie, la abordările mai nuanțate pe care le găsim în Europa, în care smart nu înseamnă doar tehnologie, ci măsura în care folosim tehnologia ca să putem rezolva diverse provocări ale comunității urbane. Definiția mea este, ca să spun așa, care ar fi ștacheta de sus a unui oraș smart, în momentul în care orașul este redat înapoi cetățeanului, acela este un smart city. Până atunci avem diverse etape în care trebuie să găsim soluții la diverse provocări. Când spun acest lucru, spun de fapt că în a face un oraș inteligent nu trebuie să găsim responsabilă doar administrația publică, ci în egală măsură trebuie să fie conștienți și responsabili întregi toți cetățenii și tot ce înseamnă activitatea la nivelul acelui ecosistem urban. Este foarte important să pornim de la ce înseamnă calitatea vieții pentru cetățeanul obișnuit. Aceea este practic ținta supremă, iar de acolo să desfășurăm acest obiectiv de progres în toate dimensiunile care țin de societatea acele și de comunitate în sine, de mediul de afaceri, de instituțiile care operează în cadrul comunității și să vedem cum anume cu toții pot să contribuie la o comunitate mai inteligentă. De aceea aș seta printre provocările discuției și măsura în care administrația publică reușește să aducă cât mai aproape în comunicare și în motivare întreaga comunitate pentru a reuși să avem o astfel de transformare structurală. Evident că aș lăsa în subsidiar intervenția tehnologiei pentru că cred că foarte multe provocări în a avea un oraș inteligent țin și de planificarea urbană adecvată, țin de multe alte perspective și sigur că până la urmă când vrem să rezolvăm sisteme complexe trebuie să vedem în ce măsură și aceste elemente de natură tehnologică reușesc să fie integrate, pentru că avea o colecție de aplicații digitale în diverse domenii nu înseamnă că orașul este smart. Din punctul meu de vedere, înseamnă că facem niște pași înspre a digitaliza anumite procese și nimic mai mult. Orașul smart trebuie să fie un oraș capabil să-și înțeleagă și provocările interne, să înțeleagă cum poate să progreseze. Vis-a-vis de acea țintă pe care am spus-o, calitatea vieții omului obișnuit. Mulțumesc!
Vă mulțumesc, domnule Brad. Aș începe cu o întrebare cât se poate de deschisă, adresată tuturor, și pentru că este deja enunțată pe site-ul Cluj Innovation Days în formula aceasta și ca să nu îi trădăm pe cei care s-au informat de acolo. Cum apreciați în linii generale nivelul de adopție al conceptului Smart City? Poți începe, Daniel, te rog?
Sigur, din punctul meu de vedere, dat fiind că vorbim despre Smart City destul de mult în ultimii 10 ani și tot mai mult în ultimii ani, în continuare foarte mult accent se pune pe aspectul tehnologic, fără corelare pe ceea ce spunea domnul Brad, aspectul social, sau fără suficientă corelare, pentru că susțin punctul spus anterior legat de faptul că un oraș smart este un oraș în care se dezvoltă capacitatea de co-creare și de incluziune a tuturor factorilor din ecosistem, a absolut tuturor factorilor de ecosistem în care administrația este în mod natural integrată și își dorește să se integreze în scopul creșterii calității vieții, în scopul creșterii confortului, a securității, a siguranței, a eficienței și așa mai departe. De acolo încolo, toate aspectele legate de digitalizare, de tehnologie, de interconectarea tehnică sunt funcții suport care trebuie să fie subsumate. Deci pornim de o logică strategică legată de obiectiv. De altfel, în același fel putem să vorbim și despre logica noțiunii de digitalizare sau de transformare digitală, care din nou nu sunt obiective în sine, nu pot să fie obiective, ci sunt doar mijloace prin care ajung la obiectivele pe care le-am enunțat.
Pentru că ai menționat cuvântul magic din ultimii ani, strategie, l-aș ruga pe domnul Liviu Stanciu să preia cuvântul tocmai pentru că Alba Iulia are deja o strategie în sensul acesta și să ne spuneți mai multe cuvinte și despre
noastră un portret foarte fain al unui smart city, că este despre oameni. Dar noi trebuie să învățăm și trebuie să vedem cum arată acest smart city pentru oameni. Că așa, din teorie, sună foarte fain și e chiar, sunt fericiți, sunt mult mai fericiți oamenii care trăiesc într-un smart city, dar am văzut, mi-e foarte fresh în minte, pentru că am fost săptămâna trecută în Olanda, într-un oraș din nordul Olandei, în Groningen, și acolo am văzut cu adevărat ce înseamnă un smart city. Noi am crezut, până săptămâna trecută, am crezut că totuși Smart City mai mult este despre oameni, dar este și despre tehnologie în aceeași măsură. Este despre administrație, dar este și despre procese în aceeași măsură. Ei, acolo am văzut că este, așa cum a zis domnul Brad, despre oameni. Am văzut niște lucruri dedicate oamenilor care au transformat orașul în a fi atât de prietenos cu oamenii, încât, practic, nu mai e nevoie de foarte, foarte multă tehnologie ca să simți că tu, ca cetățean, co-creezi acelui, ești parte din procesul de co-creare al acelui oraș. Poate o să mai revenim asupra subiectului în cadrul dezbaterii noastre, iar legat de întrebarea dumneavoastră de Smart City, de strategie, noi ne bucurăm că suntem orașul care a testat înainte să facă strategia. Noi cumva am pus carul înaintea boilor, pentru că am avut proiectul acesta mare de pilotul de Smart City, pe care l-am derulat din 2017 până în 2019. Am văzut cam cu ce se mănâncă un Smart City și cam ce trebuie să facem, ce trebuie să transformăm astfel încât să credem și să știm că suntem pe drumul cel bun. După care am venit cu această strategie realizată împreună cu Cluj IT Cluster, cu Asociația Cluj IT Cluster, și ne-am dat seama că totuși, fără un document strategic, fără o direcție, fără un plan, degeaba te duci înainte, pentru că îți lipsește o direcție. Ei bine, strategia asta a noastră ne-a dat o direcție și ne-a pregătit atât moral cât și financiar moral, dacă se permite această expresie, pentru următorul exercițiu financiar, care va fi, și pentru PNRR, bineînțeles, care va fi focusat în mare parte pe soluții digitale, pe transformare digitală, pe digitalizare și pe chestiuni care țin cu adevărat de Smart City. Este fundamentul și traista pe care noi o luăm în spate și cu care mergem la drum în devenirea noastră spre un oraș inteligent.
Mulțumesc, domnule Barna.
Cred că au spus foarte multe deja despre concept interlocutorii din acest panel. Eu aș vrea să fiu un pic mai aplicat pe ceea ce s-a întâmplat în România în înțelegerea conceptului de Smart City, și anume că foarte multe administrații au perceput conceptul ca fiind vorba doar despre digitalizare, doar despre tehnologie. Asta în momentul în care a debutat acest proces la noi în țară, acum cu 5-6 ani în urmă. Prin urmare, au fost pași făcuți în digitalizare, dar, din păcate, soluțiile adoptate nu au dus la o creștere a gradului de confort a cetățeanului, ci și mai mult i-au dus într-o zonă de disconfort datorită faptului că adopția era foarte grea și că procesele din lumea fizică nu au fost și ele optimizate astfel încât să beneficieze de suportul tehnologiei. Lucrurile s-au schimbat între timp. Tot mai mulți din zona asta de administrație locală au început să-și dea seama ce înseamnă de fapt un oraș inteligent și că, virgulă, tehnologia de fapt este un suport pentru a crea un oraș inteligent și că până la urmă este vorba de o integrare între toți jucătorii dintr-un ecosistem al unui oraș, astfel încât lucrurile, fie că se desfășoară cu ajutorul tehnologiei sau fără, conlucrează în interesul cetățeanului și în satisfacerea cât mai repede a nevoilor sale. Aș concluziona că este printr-o simplă parafrazare și anume people first, technology after.
În mod clar că după asta trebuie ghidate tot ceea ce ține de politici publice. Domnule Găurean, la Bistrița cum se văd lucrurile?
Da, îmi dau seama că municipiul Bistrița este puțin rămas în urmă din punctul ăsta de vedere. Avem o situație bună din punctul de vedere a resurselor în primărie, dar suntem în faza de a demara o strategie pentru municipiul nostru. Nu avem încă și nouă ni s-a părut foarte important să facem o strategie de dezvoltare în această direcție, după care să ne apucăm de treabă și, bineînțeles, fiind foarte aproape de Cluj, Cluj IT o să fie suportul nostru pentru dezvoltarea acestei strategii. Sper ca această strategie să ne dea direcțiile, să ne dea anumite soluții în dezvoltarea noastră viitoare.
Domnule Brad, revin la dumneavoastră și tocmai pentru că a menționat domnul Găurean mai devreme despre rolul pe care îl va avea Cluj IT Cluster în elaborarea acestei strategii, cum vedeți la nivel mai extins rolul asociațiilor, organizațiilor de profil în această sferă?
Mulțumesc pentru întrebare. Chiar dacă voi supăra unele persoane, am văzut foarte mult oportunism în cazul unor organizații care vor să se manifeste în zona asta de asistență și cu intervenții destul de subțiri. În ce privește Cluj IT, recunosc că am vrut să facem o schimbare de paradigmă. Ne simțim responsabili atunci când vrem să colaborăm cu parteneri nu doar pentru a puncta un document, pentru că documente de acestea putem să facem fără foarte mari eforturi. Am văzut documente strategice frumos colorate și puse apoi într-un dulap, fără ca să se întâmple absolut nimic. Noi suntem în poziția în care vrem cu adevărat să elaborăm o analiză care să convingă nu numai administrația, dar și suporterii, comunitatea, actorii principali, că acolo trebuie să se întâmple ceva, că trebuie să fie conștienți de necesitatea acelei transformări. Vrem să trecem de mesajul politic sau de câștigare de capital într-un mod, să zic așa, subțire și să mergem pe zona faptelor. Dacă mă uit la experiențele anterioare că le-am avut acolo unde am livrat astfel de strategii, în foarte scurt timp, deci insist, în foarte scurt timp, acele administrații au trecut la punerea în practică a strategiei prin diverse proiecte, pentru că i-am asistat atât în pregătirea documentației, studii de fezabilitate care duc dincolo de partea de strategie și în atragerea resurselor, dar într-o formă prioritizată, adică atunci când vrem să facem o alocare și o distribuție bugetară, să o putem comunica și corect comunității, să înțeleagă de ce avem acele priorități și nu sunt altele. Și aici aș vedea un rol, inclusiv în rândul acestor asociații, să lucreze împreună, dar să și aducă mai mult profesionalism.
M-aș întoarce cumva la ceea ce ați spus în prima dumneavoastră intervenție, referitor la implicarea cetățenilor. Cumva intrăm și în zonă de teorie politică și ne raportăm la termenul de democrație participativă, dacă doriți. Aș reveni și la reprezentanții administrației publice pentru a vă întreba cum le explicați cetățenilor din comunitățile dumneavoastră conceptul, cum îi convingeți să fie participativi, să se implice, poate fie și doar la nivelul de a exprima anumite nevoi.
Noi avem o experiență, la Alba Iulia avem o experiență de 3 ani de bugetare participativă, Bineînțeles că n-am fost primii din România care au făcut lucrul ăsta, n-am fost... Bugetarea participativă există în 1938 și a fost inventată în Brazilia. Vorbim de o dezvoltare și de niște idei care au pivotat în vremea aceea când la noi erau municipalitățile cum erau pe vremea aia, în prag de război. Dar în primul an a existat un pic de emoție în a depune proiecte. Nu prea știa lumea cum, de ce. Deci dacă chiar depun ideea asta de proiect, chiar se va implementa, chiar se va întâmpla ideea mea să devină realitate. Și încercam să le explicăm că da, așa se va întâmpla pentru că bani sunt deja prealocați. S-au depus, dacă nu mă înșel, undeva la vreo 20 ceva de proiecte, au câștigat vreo 6. Însă problema pe care noi am avut-o a fost la implementarea lor. Am întârziat puțin cu implementarea și încă mai avem de implementat din prima ediție. Anul trecut, în schimb, a fost pusderie, foarte multă lume a depus, iar în perioada de vot noi am avut undeva la aproape 20.000 de voturi pe 24 de proiecte. Anul trecut a fost atât de efervescentă perioada, luna noiembrie până în 14 decembrie, când am anunțat câștigătorii, deci o lună jumate, a fost nebunie pe partea de voturi, de proiecte în bugetarea participativă. Anul ăsta, însă, am observat că dacă am avut un vârf anul trecut, anul acesta n-a mai fost același entuziasm. Vrem să evaluăm un pic situația și să vedem de ce s-a ars atât de multă energie atunci, anul trecut, și să vedem dacă anul viitor nu cumva vom ajunge să avem mai multe decât am avut anul trecut sau anul viitor, să zicem, acum 2 ani. Să vedem ce s-a întâmplat. Adică oamenii au înțeles, da, depun proiect, se va finanța și va ieși ceva frumos. Pe de altă parte, foarte mulți cetățeni, acum poate e greșit ce spun sau poate că e puțin sensibil ce spun, lumea își vede cumva și vrea să-și rezolve o problemă de aproape. Utilizând și mijlocul ăsta, ceea ce e foarte sănătos, e foarte normal, e absolut ok. Dar pe noi ne-ar interesa să ieșim un pic în zonal. Cetățeanul, oamenii și noi împreună cu oamenii, că și noi suntem tot locuitori ai municipiului, să gândim un pic zonal și să gândim ideile astea participative cumva aplicabile la un cartier întreg sau poate la jumătate de cartier. Să ajutăm o comunitate cu o idee, o comunitate cât mai mare de oameni. Pentru că dacă punem un bumper pe o stradă, noi ajutăm sau rezolvăm o problemă pentru 10 case, pentru 20 de case sau, nu știu, pentru jumătate de stradă. În schimb, dacă facem, de exemplu, cum am făcut un loc de joacă foarte frumos la școala numărul 1 din oraș, se bucură acolo sute de elevi în fiecare pauză. Deci e mult mai vizibil și mult mai important și mai util din punct de vedere din punct de vedere atât al părinților cât și al elevilor și al cetățenilor, mult mai vizibil. De aceea vrem cumva să ajungem să promovăm și să comunicăm bugetarea participativă ca referindu-se la probleme mari sau mari pe care le au cartierele orașului și acolo să intervenim. Și oamenii cumva să-i ajutăm să înțeleagă și ei pe noi, să înțelegem că atunci când rezolvăm problema unui cartier, acea soluție poate fi replicată la toate cartierele. Și este mult mai eficient, este mult mai ok, este mult mai bine din toate punctele de vedere atunci când rezolvi o problemă pentru mai mulți oameni decât atunci când rezolvi o problemă care apare pe o stradă sau care este destul de are o arie de relevanță mai mică.
Îmi dau seama că trăim în acea țară. Avem aceleași probleme și exact de aceleași lucruri ne-am lovit și noi în prima dată de reticență în a depune. Ne-am bătut de realizarea unor probleme punctuale și personale de cele mai multe ori, dar ce pot să spun în plus că din păcate, cetățenii nici nu sunt pregătiți să vină cu proiecte care să poată fi implementate. Unele dintre ele ne-au dat destul de multe bătăi de cap, având în vedere că noi, ca administrație publică, avem anumite constrângeri, deci nu putem pune în practică anumite proiecte, chiar dacă ele au câștigat la data respectivă prin votul, mă rog, celor care s-au exprimat. Dar totuși proiectele astea cred că ar trebui să treacă printr-un proces de verificare mult mai atentă, pentru că altfel în implementare nasc probleme și uneori chiar se blochează. Deci cam aceleași probleme le-am avut și noi în legătură cu treaba asta și cred că spre asta ar trebui să mergem, ca oamenii care vin, și foarte bine că vin să facă propuneri către administrațiile locale, să fie un pic mai temeinici și un pic mai bine pregătiți prin ceea ce vor.
De aici subliniam și faptul că și noi trebuie să comunicăm mult mai mult și să fim, să comunicăm mult mai prietenos, să lăsăm limbajul administrativ un pic, deși noi încercăm și facem toate eforturile posibile să comunicăm cât mai aproape de limbajul comun, de limbajul uzual, de limbajul social media, pentru că noi comunicăm mult pe social media. Ori dacă ești în social media, citește contextul, adică comunici în social media. Când dăm comunicate de presă, e altceva, acolo vorbim de alt tip de text. Dar am observat că cu cât ne deschidem mai mult, cu cât administrațiile se deschid mai mult înspre cetățeni și vorbesc mai bine limba cetățeanului și se îndreaptă și vine cu idei înspre cetățean, astfel încât să și înțeleagă, cum ziceați și dumneavoastră, să înțeleagă un pic și procesul administrativ, pentru că și nouă ni s-a propus un pod peste Mureș din Verdeață. Ar arăta ceva extraordinar, ar fi fantastic de fain. Și la noi a trecut, a fost votat, dar e imposibil să faci așa ceva, adică depășea bugetul pe 10 ani de bugetare participativă, cât alocăm noi. Ar fi fost extraordinar. Sau alte și alte idei pe care noi cu durere, cumva când trec prin comisia de evaluare, le excludem, pentru că nu sunt realizabile. Spre exemplu, am avut un proiect cu un copac, îmi scapă acum termenul, care transformă, un copac inteligent care transformă ceva de genul acesta, nu știu exact denumirea, filtrare de aer. 25.000 de euro era când a depus cetățeanul pe care îl și cunosc personal, când a depus proiectul. Când am ajuns în faza de implementare, a fost 75.000 de euro. Acel tip de copac. Poate că tehnologia e emergentă, poate că vânzările au fost foarte bune și s-au ridicat prețurile, ca în orice economie. Și n-am mai putut să mai implementăm pentru că efectiv a sărit de buget. Deci ne lovim și de lucruri de genul ăsta, în toate etapele participative.
Sigur, da, chiar voiam să vă invit să ieșiți din haina omului de business și să ne spuneți și din perspectiva cetățeanului cum...
Eu un input aș da din două perspective, și din perspectiva de business și al cetățeanului. Din perspectiva de business avem undeva la peste 40 de implementări în diverse localități de soluții de digitalizare și în special de comunicare între administrație locală și cetățean. Și ce am observat? Cumva se validează ceea ce domnii au spus mai înainte, că există o oarecare lipsă de educație civică și mai ales de responsabilitate atunci când se depun proiectele și cumva este normal, pentru că ani de rând am trăit în comunii și fiecare cumva era pentru familia lui și își vedea interesul de aproape. E vorba de mentalitate. Durează până se schimbă mentalități. Da? Trebuie să ne implicăm cu toții activ în educație civică. Când zic cu toții, de la stat, administrație locală, mediul de business, școală și așa mai departe. Lucrurile nu o să se întâmple peste noapte. E lăudabil că cu toții avem aceste inițiative și încercăm să ducem aceste inițiative mai departe și la un alt nivel. Ideea este să nu renunțăm. Pe de altă parte, cum am spus, este cumva normal ca cetățeanul să raporteze sau să-și vadă ca prim interes problemele de care el se lovește zi de zi. Pentru că probabil el merge pe aceeași stradă zilnic, da, față de alții. De asta este cumva, sau discutăm de bugetare participativă, pentru că proiectul propus este votat până la urmă tot de comunitate și importanța proiectului sau a proiectelor care se depun câștigă în ranking, adică în top, în funcție de cum sunt votate. Dacă, să zicem, o groapă pe o stradă iese pe locul întâi, e pentru că așa a votat comunitatea. Suntem într-o democrație. Prin urmare, va trebui să vedem cum rezolvăm problema. Pe de altă parte, așa cum spunea și Liviu, e o problemă și de cum ne adresăm cetățenilor, cât de bine comunicăm. Și asta am observat-o foarte mult în ceea ce privește și adoptarea noilor tehnologii cu care administrațiile vin către comunitate. Aceeași soluție poate să aibă un grad de implementare sau de adopție din partea comunității mai scăzut, doar din faptul că a fost comunicat mai slab sau nu a fost înțeles suficient de către cetățeni, nu i-au înțeles valoarea, nu au înțeles cum se lucrează. Și din păcate, cam acolo se rezumă insuccesul a foarte multor implementări din zona tehnologică. Faptul că informația nu a mers cum trebuie către cetățean sau avem un grad de competențe digitale, ceea ce e, la nivel de România e o problemă, redus al utilizatorilor finali. Degeaba vrem prin tehnologie să atingem niște obiective dacă acea tehnologie nu este la nivelul comunității, la nivelul de înțelegere al comunității. Și asta este încă o mare problemă și din statisticile la care fac referire, statisticile care fac referire la România, mai ales pe zona asta de digitalizare, de competențe digitale și unde suntem la coada clasamentului ca nivel de adopție. Atât în zona de administrație locală, dar și în zona de business.
Ecosistemul instituțional românesc, atât cel administrativ cât și cel central, este unul de tip reactiv, nu proactiv. Reactiv în condițiile în care așteaptă și acționează la presiunea care vine sau nu din partea celor care ar putea să beneficieze de servicii mai bune. Acum, de mai multe ori de-a lungul timpului am avut experiența directă de a merge înspre fie administrație, fie autoritățile centrale ale statului cu anumite doleanțe sau plângeri și ni s-a spus voi, mediul privat, voi ca și cetățeni, fiți mai vocali, veniți cu inițiativă, astfel încât noi, ca și instituții, să putem reacționa. Altfel nu simțim îndrituirea sistemică de a avea inițiative în condițiile în care nu știm dacă inițiativa va fi realmente adoptată, dacă inițiativa este realmente necesară sau va fi bine primită. Pentru că noi suntem totuși pe ultimul loc în Europa în ceea ce privește educația digitală, atât în ecosistemul instituțional cât și în cel legat de cetățeni. Avem nevoie de educație la toate nivelele, de educație privind ce se poate face, de educație privind care sunt avantajele care sunt aduse de implicare și de această co-creare sau de dezvoltare directă a unor inițiative. Îmi aduc aminte că în urmă chiar cu 9 ani, în 2013, noi am organizat, și spun asta noi, Cluj IT Cluster, un workshop la Cluj pentru administrația publică din România, în care am avut ca invitați reprezentanții primăriilor din Olanda. Am adus oameni care lucrau deja de ani de zile în primării fără hârtii. Și ei ne-au spus cum au făcut chestia asta din perspectivă tehnologică. Dar problema nici pentru noi acum nu este tehnologică, adică noi putem să luăm exemplele celor din Estonia, celor din Olanda, din Danemarca, să le aplicăm și devenim primărie fără hârtii în 6 luni. Însă, ceea ce este important este că în acele țări care au reușit, cum e Estonia, de exemplu, care chiar a reușit nu doar o digitalizare, ci o adopție a digitalizării, s-a lucrat foarte mult pe aspectul legat de înțelegerea beneficiului și de educația utilizatorului, astfel încât procesul a mers în paralel. Nu doar dezvoltare de sistem, ci educație împreună cu dezvoltarea de sistem și ajustare permanentă în corelația asta. Până nu avem o abordare sistematică a acestei împerecheri între avansul tehnologic și utilizarea efectului benefic al lui, nu vom reuși foarte mare lucru și rămânem în continuare în capcana unor inițiative de altfel lăudabile, însă izolate, a unui oraș, a unei primării sau altei primării. O mare problemă este faptul că avansul înspre administrație sau transformarea digitală a administrației nu este guvernată central. Faptul că noi ca și organizație ajutăm fiecare din instituții, din primării sau Consiliul Județene să-și dezvolte strategiile, nu este neapărat o normalitate. Deși noi ne facem, din punctul ăsta de vedere, un act de misiune, dar normalitatea ar fi să existe un cadru strategic național în care procesele care urmează, practic, cadrul de reglementare, cadrul legal, să fie documentate, în care să avem o interoperabilitate implicită, adică interoperability by design, pe baza unei scheme de date adoptate la nivel național, și a unor reguli legate de cum se fac implementările, mentenanțele, ca să evit riscul de a deveni client captiv ca și instituție publică, un aspect foarte important, cum pot să-mi asum și să-mi asigur proprietatea și accesul asupra datelor pe care le produc, le generez ca și instituție publică, cum pot să-mi asigur capacitatea de a schimba o soluție atunci când ea nu mai este adecvată din orice motiv. Ori lucrurile astea se pot face și vedem și știm, avem exemple, dar toate acele exemple de Estonia, de Danemarca, de Olanda s-au realizat prin asumarea de la nivelul guvernului central a unui proiect național care apoi a dobândit adopție rând pe rând în rândul administrației. Până atunci facem pași și mă bucur că există și în cadrul acestui panel campioni în rândul municipiilor care mișcă lucrurile mai departe, însă întotdeauna ne vom lupta din greu pentru fiecare pas obținut și întotdeauna simțim și la nivelul administrației și la nivelul industriei că riscăm să facem doi pași înainte și unul înapoi din cauza acestei permanente frâne sistematice pe care o întâmpinăm.
Pentru că orbităm cumva în jurul câtorva idei cheie și am vorbit despre educație, s-a vorbit și ieri despre educație, atât în dimensiunea exhaustivă a termenului, cât și despre educație digitală și pentru că iar la fel gravităm și în jurul termenului de strategie și pentru că aniversăm 10 ani de Cluj IT Cluster și știu că se lucrează la o viziune pentru următorii 10 ani, v-aș ruga, domnule Burad, să ne dați mai multe detalii referitor la cei doi piloni pe care i-am menționat.
Eu revin, da, strategia este foarte importantă pentru că odată ne ajută să ne adunăm gândurile, să vedem ce posibilități avem. Există opțiuni. Strategia e despre opțiuni până la urmă. Nu este despre faptul că avem resurse nelimitate, ba mai degrabă să vedem ce putem face cu ceea ce avem și mai mult decât atât să vedem ce putem atrage. Însă, din punctul de vedere al acestor strategii, întotdeauna, fiind și o competiție între administrații, nu una explicită, dar undeva se întâmplă în spate, dacă știți cum se spune, faptul că am făcut niște pași mai mulți decât alții, nu înseamnă că am făcut în direcția bună. Iar alții vin și copiază probabil și pașii greșiți. Deci trebuie să avem această înțelepciune de a ști dincolo de cunoștințe și unde să le aplicăm și când să le aplicăm. Și asta necesită educație, necesită, din punctul meu de vedere, ideea de a înțelege lucrurile. Și vreau aici să vin cu niște exemple concrete. Ne dorim un oraș mai puțin poluat, da? Există o temere în multe cazuri din partea administrației să intervină cu anumite reglementări locale pentru că nu sunt populare. Se uită la structura populației, se uită și la cultura majorității și asta poate să reprezinte o barieră, să reprezinte un element care să înăbușe chiar inițiative pe care chiar administrația le vede și le-ar dori. Acum să ne imaginăm o abordare mai inteligentă, în sensul în care, înainte de a face investiții majore în anumite mijloace noi de mobilitate, care sigur pot să vină pe de o parte cu avantaje, dar pe de altă parte, dacă ne uităm și acum pe vehicule electrice, vedem că de fapt nu e ceea ce înseamnă vehiculul electric și ușor, ușor o să ne schimbăm, o să vedeți opinia despre ce înseamnă și aceste politici green, care în spate au mult cinism și nu e momentul aici să le discutăm, putem să venim cu detalii tehnice și pe ciclu de viață, dar imaginați-vă că ați avea un oraș în care ar fi împânzit de senzori care măsoară poluarea fonică, care măsoară noxele și care cu curaj sunt afișate public, în timp real. Nu ascunse, ca să avem o hartă de zgomot interesantă și să nu fim pe urmă sancționați, ci în timp real. Și atunci putem să venim în fața cetățenilor, să le arătăm care e realitatea comportamentului lor. Pentru că nu primăria poluează. Sau nu neapărat. Poate chiar foarte puțin este rolul primăriei în acest proces. Și în primul rând cetățenilor, dacă voi vreți să călătoriți prin oraș, fiecare cu mașina personală și fiecare membru al familiei cu o mașină, acestea sunt consecințele. Începem să comunicăm în jurul exact acestei informații asupra consecințelor. Traficul, calitatea aerului pentru copii, la fel să măsurăm la nivelul școlilor ce se întâmplă. Aceste informații pot să ajute foarte mult în politicile de rezidențiale. Pentru că știm bine, și nu o să dau aici nume, dar știu lucrări făcute care au modificat microclimatul în oraș din cauza că fluxul curenții de aer s-au schimbat plasând diverse clădiri mai înalte în locuri nepotrivite. Bine, cu astfel de informații putem să evităm astfel de situații și să creăm politicile publice corecte. Am dat doar un simplu exemplu pentru că așa putem să intrăm și pe alte dimensiuni. Ce nu se discută, dar va trebui și se va discuta tot mai mult în viitor, va fi componenta de reziliență. Vedem cât de fragile sunt aceste ecosisteme antropice construite de către noi în fața unei pandemii, când constatăm că partea de aprovizionare și alte elemente sunt afectate, când poate că ar fi fost bine într-o politică înțeleaptă, nu tehnologică, să avem în proximitate multe puncte, de exemplu, de aprovizionare. Nu înțelegem care este capacitatea și limita infrastructurii de bază, dar construim în continuare cartiere și alte lucruri și la un moment dat s-ar putea să nu totul pentru că depășim limita de reziliență. Schimbarea climei, că aici mă refer numai la temperaturi și asta, dar o să fie furtuni, inundații, multe alte lucruri, o să ne afecteze, o să afecteze aceste lanțuri de aprovizionare și o să vedem cât suntem de rezilienți, cât suntem de robuști în fața acestor provocări. Pe o piramidă a nevoilor, la un moment dat, s-ar putea să uităm de elemente care le spun că sunt de tip vitamină și o să ne gândim la antibiotice și analgezice ca să rezolvăm probleme. Deci va trebui, dar acestea fără date, fără a înțelege realitățile și fără a le comunica oamenilor ca apoi să spui da, de mâine implementez această politică, vrei să te plimbi cu mașina, e ok, avem senzor, a intrat, automat ți-am luat numărul de la mașină și îți vine o taxă ca să te simți bine. Și atunci oamenii o să înceapă să schimbe atitudinea. Aici aș vedea cu prioritate o intervenție a administrației ca să educe comunitatea.
Domnule Găureanu, adică e realist să ne închipuim că administrația publică poate efectiv să lucreze pe palierul acesta al educației civice fără să se lovească de o rezistență, de un afront, exact cum spunea domnul Brad mai devreme, fără să scape de acest sau să scape de acest risc al impopularității?
Depinde din ce punct de vedere vedem administrația publică. O vedem ca și funcționari publici sau o vedem ca vârfuri, ca conducători a administrației publice. Funcționarii din primărie, executivul primăriei nu ar avea o problemă, dar trebuie să știm că totdeauna depindem de decidentul politic și cred că ei trebuie să-și schimbe puțin mentalitatea ca să încerce să schimbe mentalitatea cetățenilor pe care îi conduc. Din punct de vedere a administrației putem face anumiți pași. Trebuie să avem sprijinul și susținerea, ca executiva primăriei, spun. Trebuie să avem sprijinul și trebuie să avem din partea decidenților, că sunt administrație locală, că sunt administrație centrală, trebuie să avem decizia în primul rând. Cred că asta lipsește mai mult decât voința de a face anumite lucruri. Decizia politică pentru realizarea unor măsuri.
Domnule Stanciu, ca să nu ignorăm Alba Iulia din topic.
Eu zic că e foarte bine că ați adus în discuție decizia politică, pentru că foarte frumos ar putea mula politicul pe nevoile orașului din 4 în 4 ani. Pentru că din 4 în 4 ani politicul depinde de niște voturi, depinde de votul cetățeanului. Ori dacă promovezi o politică pro-cetățean, decizia e ușoară. Dacă promovezi o politică subțire și populistă, decizia este în pericol la cei 4 ani. Dar dacă tai în carne vie și pui taxă pe mașină că vii în oraș, noi nu suntem la nivelul Occidentului să înțelegem încă aceste lucruri, politicul va pierde instant. Va pierde din 4 în 4 ani, orice partid ar fi. Fără să mă repet, aș vrea să aduc din nou în vedere vizita asta pe care am făcut-o în orașul Groningen, în Olanda, că zicea și Daniel de Olanda, pe un proiect ULAD se numește, pe logistică urbană, în care suntem parteneri și în care învățăm de la 3 orașe din Europa, printre care și Groningen. Vreau să vă mărturisesc că n-am simțit de când eram copil un aer atât de pătrunzător și de curat cum am simțit în orașul ăla. Deci eu n-am mai simțit de 30 de ani un aer atât de curat, cum era în orașul ăla. La ora 10 seara nu era nicio mașină, nici pe autostradă. Și trece cumva autostrada pe lângă oraș, prin oraș, de fapt. Nu erau mașini. Ziua erau, poate exagerez, nu, zeci de mii de bicicliști, zeci de mii. Erau pistele de biciclete sunt mai importante decât trama stradală dedicată mașinilor. Sunt mult mai... și au prioritate, întotdeauna, au prioritate. Am văzut un bulevard care era verde bulevardul, era perfect bulevardul ăla și cei de la municipalitate, de la primărie ne-au zis vrem să schimbăm, l-am făcut acum 5-6 ani, dar nu ne mai place că trec cam multe mașini pe aici. Dar n-aveau pe unde să treacă mașini, aveau o singură bandă. Una dus, una întors și pe aceeași lățime banda de biciclete. Și trotuarul de 4 metri. Și pe fiecare parte și în centru verdeață. Și vrem să schimbăm, vrem să reducem un pic traficul aici, că este un pic cam aglomerat, dar nu era aglomerat. Era aglomerat de biciclete. O autogară, un fel de autogară, bine, noi, în mintea mea, cuvântul autogară este perimat, este un cuvânt negativ. Pentru că știu ce înseamnă autogară. Autogară înseamnă autobuz și microbuz românesc unde pute. În autogară pute și în gară, a poluare. Ăștia aveau autogară în fața gării, monument istoric probabil, în care veneau foarte repede, unul după altul, autobuze electrice pe hidrogen și clasice, foarte puține autobuze clasice, perfecte. Fiecare autobuz avea mascată roata, toate roțile, ca să nu cauzeze zgomot și probabil să nu, la lovitura cu asfaltul, chestiile alea mascate cumva atenuau sunetul și nu, că nu exista gălăgie, nu era gălăgie în oraș. Și ne-au spus așa, pregătim terenul în spate, dincolo de linii, în spatele gării, să mutăm de aici zona asta cu autobuze, că nu dă foarte bine, nu e frumoasă, deși era perfectă, era absolut perfectă. Și am întrebat, ok, dar voi de când ați început procesul ăsta de a deveni atât de friendly, atât de prietenoși cu cetățenii, atât de smart, că totuși sunt niște decizii foarte smart care se iau acolo, păi zice cam din anii 70. Au pornit cu dreptul de foarte multă vreme, au un sistem de aprobări foarte complicat în Olanda, dar foarte bine pus la punct, de-aia îi și dau ca exemplu. Și așa cum zicea și Daniel, Estonia, da, dar Estonia a început în 2000, o digitalizare aproape forțată. Adică dacă nu treci pe digital, îți vinzi mașina. Ori te înregistrezi în sistem și ai semnătură digitală, ori dacă nu, stai cu mașina și pe acte nu mai poți să vinzi, fizic nu mai poți, pe hârtie nu mai poți să vinzi. Toată lumea s-a adaptat și acum un contract de vânzare-cumpărare între doi oameni, unul vinde, unul cumpără o mașină, durează 5 minute sau 2 minute, că se semnează digital și asta este. Noi vorbeam și de educație. Cetățenii, nu-i datoria lor să învețe. Noi nu putem să punem presiune pe cetățeni să învețe. Noi prima dată, noi trebuie să le spunem că uite așa e fain și așa e bine și așa o să avem un oraș curat dacă nu venim toți la ora 8 cu copiii la școală. Dacă cumpărăm niște autobuze electrice, au și ele downsound-ul lor, dacă cumpărăm niște autobuze electrice și colectăm elevii din oraș și îi ducem, după aia îi distribuim la fiecare școală. Și atunci părinții n-ar mai fi nevoiți să vină cu mașina în oraș. Asta am putea să facem, dar facem? Încă nu facem, nu știu ce municipalitate face. Nu avem sistemul american clasic, acela cu microbuzul, cu stop, n-ai voie să depășești microbuzul școlar. Nu, la noi, în zona școlilor, la 8 și la 4, sau la 12, este nebunie. Și atunci se produce cea mai mare cantitate de carbon pe care o măsurăm sau nu o măsurăm. Și trecem pe lângă date, cum zicea domnul Brad. Da, trebuie să avem date, trebuie să avem analitice, dar analiticele astea costă. Ca să ai analitice, tu trebuie să ai niște sisteme. Ca să ai niște sisteme, trebuie să ai niște bani pentru sisteme. Ca să ai bani pentru sisteme, trebuie să scrii proiecte europene. Ca să scrii proiecte europene, trebuie să ai o echipă pentru proiecte europene. Ca să ai o echipă pentru proiecte europene, trebuie să ai niște lideri foarte buni în primărie, în municipalitate, care să știe să aleagă oamenii, care să știe să aprecieze oamenii, care să știe să dea salarii acelor oameni. Pentru că un om care lucrează pe proiecte europene nu stă pe 16 milioane sau pe 20. Nu stă, ăsta e adevărul. Se duce în privat și scrie acolo proiecte de poate 2000 de euro salariu sau mai mult. Deci este foarte important să plecăm de la ceea ce avem, să vedem unde suntem. De ce avem nevoie de strategii? Ca să vedem unde suntem și să vedem unde ne îndreptăm, că de ajuns nu știm exact unde și când o să ajungem.
S-au deschis foarte multe potențiale direcții de dialog, dar o să-mi permit să mă opresc la una care mie mi-a plăcut, m-a atins din perspectivă de cetățean, referitoare la posibilitatea de a interzice într-o formă sau alta circulația mașinilor pentru reducerea poluării și aici vorbim bineînțeles de o rezistență la schimbare care ar veni instant din partea cetățenilor, poate inclusiv din partea mea, dar referitor la rezistența la schimbare, cum ziceam, e absolut firească oricărui sistem, ecosistem, organizații și se regăsește și în administrația publică și aș vrea să știu din partea domnului Homorodean și din partea domnului Barna cum v-ați lovit de această rezistență la schimbare.
După cum spuneam că administrația la toate nivelele este în mod natural reactivă, dacă ne gândim, de exemplu, la modul în care se evoluează reglementările la nivel central. norocul nostru că avansăm datorită presiunii pe care Comisia Europeană o face în mod permanent prin directive și regulamente care ne obligă, deși permanent suntem în prag de infringement sau chiar în infringement, însă reușim să facem acele transpuneri legislative și respectiv să facem câte un mic pas înainte la nivelul minim de rezistență, doar pentru conformitate. Asta este o caracteristică a modului în care evoluează cadrul de reglementare la nivel național, în special în ceea ce privește pe ceea ce ne interesează pe noi, avansul ăsta pentru a putea nu digitaliza neapărat, ci interoperabiliza, de exemplu, pentru că discutam inclusiv cu colegii din panel înaintea acestei discuții legate de faptul că avem legi trecute prin Parlament, cum este, de exemplu, legea Once Only, care obligă instituțiile să nu mai ceară informație care deja a intrat în sistemul public, însă este absolut neaplicabilă. Avem legea interoperabilității, care însă este complet nulificată de celelalte legi din cadrul de reglementare care spun că nu poți să folosești un document, o informație în format electronic, ci trebuie să o tipărești și să o semnezi olograf, și asta se întâmplă în multe domenii, cum e justiția sau altele, de exemplu. Ori toate aceste lucruri care în mod real nu sunt corelate pe un cadru de evoluție a strategiilor naționale, ne fac ca și în această zonă să evoluăm haotic. Mergem înainte, că nu există altă cale, însă viteza, dar și modalitatea în care o facem este una mult departe de a fi optim. Și cei care au reușit până la urmă, și se spunea despre Estonia, practic acolo a fost mai mult decât o voință administrativă centrală, a fost o voință politică asumată central. Nu putem să ne gândim și cred că s-a spus bine aici, ca o primărie să-și asume, sau un primar mai ales, să-și asume un risc în relație cu mandatul politic, în condițiile în care nu există un suport de mai sus, de la nivelul statului, de la nivelul politicii centrale, pentru a sprijini niște decizii care ar putea să nu fie populare. Estonia și le-a asumat. Nu toată lumea a fost fericită că n-a mai putut până la urmă să primească salariul decât pe card sau să nu mai poată să meargă la un chit-chat cu funcționarul public. Nu toată lumea a fost fericită, dar au fost obligați să o facă și apoi, sigur, au dobândit și înțelegerea. Noi suntem într-un ecosistem mult mai complex decât Estonia și mult mai puțin coerent decât Olanda. Trebuie să ne găsim așadar mijloacele de lucru pentru a putea să mergem înainte și cred că șansa noastră este de a dezvolta un model de cooperare, de fapt. Este un element pe care Cluj IT de la început, și acum ne uităm în spate la 10 ani de existență și l-a asumat și cred că am făcut pași buni, nu doar pentru noi ca și asociații, ci pentru întregul ecosistem și societate, acela de a sprijini foarte activ un cadru deschis de dialog și cooperare între societatea civilă, industria IT în mod special și administrație la toate nivelele. Pentru că ăsta este singurul mod în care nu solicităm administrației să facă ceva, ci oferim sprijinul administrației să meargă înainte și ne asumăm această evoluție comună. Cred că însă la nivelul național, practic mai avem mult de lucru pentru a înțelege și a putea opera într-un cadru de cooperare real, ca într-adevăr să putem să lucrăm împreună pentru dezvoltarea cadrului strategic, a cadrului de reglementare, a rezolvării unor probleme, dar și a educației până la urmă. Statul niciodată nu va face educație digitală. Deci să fim foarte clari, nu e nici jobul, nu e nici capacitate, nu e poate nici știință să se întâmple treaba asta. Dar rămâne foarte deschisă întrebarea cine o va face atunci. Realmente, cine o va face atunci? Și dacă statul nu poate să o facă și mediul privat nu poate să adreseze, de fapt, o piață difuză a cetățeanului, să spunem, singura cale, de fapt, este de a construi un cadru colaborativ prin care mediul privat plus cel educațional academic să livreze, dar într-o formă care să fie guvernată de un cadru reglementat. Și poate o să reușim să găsim, să zicem, deschiderea la un astfel de dialog ca să reușim să construim un astfel de cadru, pentru că probabil că asta este esențial ca să mergem cu adevărat înainte.
Domnule Barna, în completarea celor spuse anterior?
Da, tot din experiența implementărilor avute, rezistența la schimbare nu vine neapărat de la nivelul, hai să spunem, celui care operează în relația cu cetățeanul sau celui care introduce funcționarul care introduce date în sistem, ci mai degrabă vine dintr-o cauză generată de cadrul legislativ sau de cele mai multe ori problema sau scuza e generată de cadrul legislativ care este foarte interpretabil. Pe aceeași legislație, interpretarea diferă de la o primărie sau de la un consiliu local la altul. Suplimentar vine din lipsa de asumare politică, da? Cum s-a discutat mai înainte, asumare care de fapt e determinată de faptul că nu există la nivel de țară voința sau un cadru care să reglementeze foarte strict ce înseamnă digitalizare și modul în care trebuie interpretată legea, chiar dacă ea nu este, să zicem, foarte bine definită. Iar apoi, da, tot așa cum s-a mai povestit, vorbim de standardizare, de faptul că același set de date se dorește a fi transpus într-un fel sau altul de la o administrație la alta, lucru care nu neapărat ajută atunci când vorbim de interoperabilitate. Tot legat de standardizare și accesul la date, iarăși este o problemă majoră în a obține pentru integratori, pentru implementatori, în timp util acces la date publice. Procesul este foarte anevoios și durează chiar luni de zile în a accesa date publice pentru a putea să le oferim mai departe celor care le utilizează.
Pentru că și domnul Homorodean și domnul Barna au pus punctul pe I la modul cel mai puternic referitor la cadrul de reglementare. Domnule Brad, vin către dumneavoastră cu întrebarea dacă o organizație precum Asociația IT Cluster poate să vină cu recomandări sau dacă este consultată de către factorii de decizie care se pun la masă și scriu legea interoperabilității sau legea once only. Sau dacă ar trebui, pe de altă parte, să meargă asociațiile din domeniu către cei din mediul legislativ.
Da, discutam nu de mult, cred că nu este nici o săptămână, cu diverse persoane din diverse asociații care chiar pro bono și-ar dori să contribuie la astfel de inițiative și spuneau, se întâmplă ceva foarte interesant, suntem invitați, dezbatem lucruri, dar la un moment dat, spre partea finală, parcă, nu știu, tot ce am discutat este pus undeva ca să putem raporta o dezbatere publică și apare dintr-un sertar o chestiune care parcă a fost făcută într-un birou. Aici, să știți că nu e prima dată când am auzit acest lucru și vreau să vă mărturisesc că prima mea experiență, așa, cu o surpriză în sensul ăsta, a fost chiar în 2005. Când am realizat că suntem folosiți ca, mă rog, instituții, organizații în aceste procese de dezbatere, de consultare, dar ca să putem raporta pe hârtie că s-a întâmplat acel lucru și nu neapărat din dorința de a colecta informații și a încerca să le filtreze apoi și cu adevărat să folosească această inteligență care vine din experiența colectivă pentru mai binele tuturor. Așa încât, ce să spun, până la urmă tot acolo ajungem în zona de leadership. Ce se dorește cu adevărat și în ce măsură se dorește, pentru că toate vin în strânsă relație cu perspectiva a ce înseamnă democrația. De aceea spuneam că la început că orașul inteligent pentru mine, nu orașul în sine, că orașul este construcția noastră a tuturor. În ce măsură suntem capabili noi toți să creăm ceva împreună și să-l controlăm împreună într-un mod echilibrat. În timp ce ascultam ideile expuse de către colegii mei de panel, cu care sunt întru totul de acord, mă gândeam la niște comunități foarte mici, nu la orașe. Știți, comunități pe care le puteam cuprinde cu mintea în tot ceea ce fac. Lângă Alba Iulia aveți Ciugudul, de exemplu. Mă mai gândeam și aici la niște comune în județul Cluj, care sunt cu adevărat inteligente, nu neapărat digitalizate, că dacă ne uităm la satul Sâncraiu de aici din Cluj, are digitalizare cât să susțină componenta turistică, dar este suficient. În schimb, dacă ne uităm cum a reușit să-și amenajeze totul, care a ajuns până la nivelul fiecărui cetățean, adică fiecare persoană, cum a discutat primăria cu ei să-și aranjeze casa, curtea, trotuarul din fața casei, să conștientizeze că strada aceasta noastră a tuturor, nu trebuie să vină primăria să se ocupe că e a primăriei sau pe mine nu mă mai interesează. Deci când reușim să reducem scara de analiză, vom vedea că există multe comunități mici care sunt mult mai inteligente decât ceea ce aspirăm la nivelul unor comunități mari unde lucrurile se diluează și inclusiv comunicarea. De aceea digitalul vine pe o nevoie. Nevoia asta de a asigura o comunicare strânsă cu cetățeanul nu se poate face ca pe vremuri cu toba în centrul satului și chemăm cetățenii, adică nu poți, n-ai cum, deși este foarte frumos, dar ai nevoie de digital tocmai pentru treaba asta, ai nevoie ca să... și trebuie să facem aceste investiții, dar uite, o comună ca și Ciugut, că ai pomenit de echipă care știe scrie proiecte europene, care e motivată de către administrație, căruia se dă empowerment să vină cu idei și până la urmă primarul nu este altceva decât acea persoană care într-adevăr primește informația pentru politicile publice și sigur că le filtrează prin exercițiul democratic local și le pune în aplicare. Este un apărător al democrației în comunitate și de aceea cred eu că este și susținut până la urmă și nu mai există culoarea politică sau alte aspecte, ci există omul și echipa care face ca lucrurile să se întâmple și care a tras resurse, inclusiv resursă umană. Ar trebui să extrapolăm treaba asta, sigur, la altă scară, cu provocările care sunt, dar până la urmă citeam acum, în urmă cu câțiva ani, o carte, se numea Orașele care se dezvoltă ca și planeta, adică ca și natura, în care nu mai era văzut orașul ca o entitate, așa ca un conglomerat, ci ca o reuniune care mediul antropic cu cel natural coexistă și erau comunități pe diverse arhitecturi care reușeau să devină foarte agile, reziliente la diverse provocări și sigur că asta se întâmplă prin oameni care vin cu soluții care se dezbat, soluții care se comunică și unde se arată și avantajele, cu adevărat. Adică oamenilor trebuie să li se prezinte și o viziune a viitorului. Dacă le vom avea, înspre direcția asta trebuie să ne îndreptăm inclusiv comportamental. Nu știu, dau un exemplu care eu îl văd pozitiv. În Cluj se amenajează râul care trece prin oraș. Sigur că este foarte mulți care critică inițiativa, dar pur și simplu cred că n-am niciun argument dacă îi întreb, nu știu, nu le-a plăcut față de ce a fost înainte, dar poate că și primăria, dacă ar comunica mai mult, să explice de ce proiectul ăla arată în felul în care arată, ce se întrevede în viitor, care o să fie elementele de transformare, s-ar putea ca oamenii și care nu înțeleg să aibă un pic de momente de reflexie și de aceea revin că această comunicare e foarte importantă.
N-aș vrea să lăsăm acest subiect al cadrului de reglementare neabordat și de către domnul Stanciu și de domnul Găureanu ulterior.
Întâmplător am făcut foarte multă comunicare de când sunt în primăria Alba Iulia din 2017, din anul 2017, și am observat două linii mari de comunicare în administrație. Comunicarea ternă, comunicarea de tip turn de fildeș, în care aruncăm un comunicat de presă, se preia, se citește, oamenii citesc, nu e absolut nicio problemă cu genul ăsta de comunicare, și comunicarea de tip social media, la care ajungi mult mai ușor la oameni și este mult mai simplu să comunici social media, dar administrațiile nu știu. Pentru că aici intervine factorul decizional sau foarte, foarte important legat de câtă libertate îi dai, sau ca primar, sau conducerea acelui om de la comunicare, ca să-ți comunice acele lucruri și acele proiecte destul de greu de explicat, într-un limbaj prietenos, frumos, pe care să-l înțeleagă un elev de clasa 6-a. Pentru că orice standardul comunicării este că atunci când explici un lucru să-l înțeleagă un elev de clasa 6-a. Dacă nu îl înțelege, uitați-vă la comentariile de pe site-urile de presă din oraș, la comentariile de pe site-uri la comunicatele primăriilor. N-ai ce să înțelegi, pentru că oamenii n-au contraargumente. Ei spun că nu trebuie făcut asta. Dar de ce cheltuiți banii publici? Că ăia sunt banii noștri, noi vă plătim. Ok, dacă nu-i cheltuim aici, nu-i cheltuim acolo, nu-i cheltuim dincolo, că nu-i pe strada dumneavoastră, nu-i cheltuim mai încolo pentru că asta e inutilă și că e o chestie așa de cireașă de pe tort, nu facem asta, dar faceți asfalt. Dar facem asfalt, dar dacă noi facem asfalt în cartierul unde locuiesc eu acum, dacă mâine s-ar asfalta cartierul ăla și mai există încă 200 de case care trebuie să-și facă tracțiunile de utilități publice, ce am făcut cu asfaltul ăla? Că le trebuie făcut din nou. Avem use case-ul acolo, avem demonstrat acolo situația asta pe o stradă pe care intri în cartierul ăsta Orizont, așa se numește, din oraș, la marginea orașului, toată e spartă de noile case care s-au construit și care și-au tras utilității. Normal, omul dacă și-a construit casă trebuie să-și tragă utilitățile, dar nu poți să le tragi pe sub asfalt neatacând asfaltul. Îl ataci. Aici este și un handicap al primăriilor care până acum au dormit pe ele și nu și-au făcut maparea peisajului subteran. Noi nu avem hărți de peisaj subteran în România și nu știm cum să le facem și nu cred că le vom face foarte curând, pentru că ni se pare o chestie, lasă că săpăm acolo, când dăm de cabluri, zicem la domnul să se oprească și dăm pe lângă. Păi dai pe lângă, dar nu știu unde dai, că la un moment dat noi am avut o situație în care s-au dus cu utilitățile pe după mașină parcată, că omul era plecat în străinătate și a lăsat mașina acolo. Nu ai de unde să știi dacă utilitățile îți merg drept sau dacă au rocolit ceva pe stradă. Și când sapi, ai săpat și ai stricat și ți-ai pierdut voturile. Revenind la politic, de pe strada aia, le-ai pierdut pentru că le-ai tăiat netul, le-ai tăiat curentul, le-ai tăiat gazul, le-ai tăiat tot. Copiii lor stau în frig și mănâncă frig din cauza primăriei. Dar primăria n-a nicio vină, pentru că primăria tocmai a vrut, sau respectivul cetățean tocmai a vrut să-și tragă utilitățile și are autorizație de construcție, autorizație de săpat acolo. De aceea, coroborarea asta între necesitățile orașului, deschiderea administrațiilor și a politicului înspre cetățeni, decision makers, cum îi numim noi în tot, în toate proiectele noastre europene avem foarte multe și nu-i numim oameni politici, nu-i numim primar, nu-i numim viceprimar, noi suntem cu decision makers și stakeholders. Că deja sunt niște cuvinte care, zice lumea că vor folosi englezisme, nu mai poți fără englezisme, nu poți să te exprimi fără, că dacă le spui actor local, nu înțelege nimeni ce e la un actor local, crede că e de la teatru de păpuși, dacă îi traduci. Dar comunicarea trebuie făcută de către echipe de comunicare, nu de către purtătorul de cuvânt al primăriei. Purtătorul de cuvânt al primăriei intervine când transmite cuvântul primarului sau transmite ceva foarte important din partea primăriei. În schimb, echipa de comunicare a primăriei este cea care comunică granulat, targetat, cu cuvinte ușoare, cu cuvinte simple, cu imagini, că trebuie să fim și creativi. Social media, vorbim despre era imaginii, care transmite mult mai mult decât cuvintele. Atunci, haideți să avem și o echipă, și un grafician în echipa asta, și un om care are cât de cât gust pentru design, cât de cât gust pentru vizual, care poate crea vizualuri. Că, credeți-mă, APL-urile, administrațiile publice din România sunt grele de câtă informație urâtă iese din ele. Și la nivel vizual, și la nivel de cuvinte, de frazare. De aceea oamenii comentează în stilul în care ei și scris. Că dacă tu îi scrii prietenos, îi scrii frumos, îi scrii că se face aia și e utilă și îi pui beneficiile, să vadă prima dată beneficiile, asta e regula din absolut tot. Că discutam cu Daniel de crearea de produs și de marketarea unui produs, de dezvoltarea unui produs. Păi e un produs. Comunicarea unei primării e un produs. Tu trebuie să înveți să produci să faci acel produs, să-l împachetezi. Păi dacă nu știi cum, sau iei pe cineva la care i-ai mai dat încă 20 de sarcini pe lângă și în ziua aia el trebuie să facă 20 de referate de necesitate și de specialitate, după care să întocmească 10 dispoziții de primar și să le ducă să le împartă prin 20 de birouri, tu după aia îl pui pe el să comunice, să facă vizualuri prietenoase cu cetățeanul care să fie înțelese și de un elev de clasa 6-a. Nu mai poate. Omul ăla este sec. Pe ziua aia l-ai secat, l-ai terminat cu plimbatul de hârtii prin primărie. Dar o echipă de comunicare din oameni tineri care cunosc social media, pe care îi plătești și ai de unde să-i plătești. Nu din buget local. Există atâtea strategii prin care poți să plătești oamenii. Ai proiecte europene, îl angajezi pe proiecte europene și muncește și acolo, dar face și asta și comunică și proiectul ăla. Ai o grămadă de linii pe care le poți folosi și de pârghii pe care le poți folosi, dar asta ține foarte mult de leadership. Noi la Alba Iulia ne-am bucurat și ne bucurăm de un leadership destul de bun și de sănătos, pentru că ne dă mână liberă. Noi când aveam o idee de proiect sau o idee de implementat sau orice și mergeam în biroul city managerului și povesteam, pentru că noi de city manager am fost recrutați, aduși în echipă, era deschis, nicio idee nu era proastă, nicio idee nu era rea, nicio idee nu era slabă. Problema se punea cât de repede o facem, cât de repede o implementăm, pe ce proiecte, pe ce fonduri. Păi stați că noi știm cum funcționează fondurile. Pe ăla poți să faci city branding, pe ăla poți să faci asfalt, pe ăla poți să faci pădure, pe ăla poți să faci nu știu ce. Și împărțeam în fiecare, ne împărțeam sarcinile și implementam genul ăsta de idei. Pentru că, și după care le și comunicam. Eram și oameni de comunicare, o parte dintre noi, și le comunicam destul de intens. Dar nu destul de intens, dar nu destul ca volum. Ne lipsește volumul.
Te rog, Daniel, să intervii.
Aș vrea să susțin ceea ce spune domnul Stanciu, referindu-se atât la comunicarea externă, cât și la comunicarea internă, da? Comunicarea în cadrul instituției. Și de foarte multe ori, poate interacționând sau lucrând cu instituțiile, pentru instituții sau criticând câteodată instituțiile, ne scapă din vedere natura esențială a comunicării corecte în cadrul instituției. atunci când nu se comunică corect, lucrurile nu se întâmplă, lucrurile nu se fac și chiar dacă banii se cheltuiesc, elementele de noutate nu se adoptă. Asta este motivul pentru care primăriile și instituțiile la modul general a României sunt un cimitir al declarațiilor de bune intenții și a sistemelor informatice plătite din bani europeni care niciodată nu sunt utilizate. Și nu sunt utilizate nu neapărat că cel care a semnat contractul nu dorea să fie utilizate, ci pentru că comunicarea internă nu a fost realizată coerent atunci când trebuia, atunci când se pregătea implementarea, astfel încât funcționarul public și la modul general cel care urma să fie utilizator, fie afectat de utilizare, să fie implicat, să se simtă implicat și să înțeleagă că e pentru binele lui și că nu este doar o corvoadă și doar un element în plus de obligație. De altfel, de fiecare dată, când și noi, ca și companie care implementează sisteme în instituțiile publice, ajungem să discutăm despre implementare, spunem, ok, avem alinierea managementului, o avem. Bun, avem alinierea personalului. Și dacă managementul ne spune că nu știm încă, hai să vedem, hai să-i dăm drumul, noi spunem nu, hai întâi să avem un plan cu privire la comunicarea internă, ca să ne asigurăm că ceea ce facem împreună are rezultat. Altfel, facem implementări cu zero rezultat, cu zero adopție, ba dimpotrivă, cu o reducere a brumei de încredere pe care funcționarul public o are în șansa digitalizării. Deci este foarte important să vorbim de această comunicare internă care ține, cum spunea domnul Stanciu, de logica de leadership, dar ține până la urmă și de un fel de ghid al comunicării privind orice schimbare. Un management al schimbărilor, cum spunem noi în mediul privat, dar până la urmă un management al schimbării care trebuie să fie asumat ca atare, ca proces în cadrul instituțiilor publice, oricând vorbim de proiecte de implementare, pentru că ele înseamnă schimbare, în mod sigur. Deci, poate aici, din nou, este un loc foarte important în care administrația trebuie să lucreze mai bine împreună cu mediul privat și cu companiile de IT sau asociațiile de profil, tocmai pentru a construi aceste mecanisme de educație și suport de comunicare pe care noi putem să-l dăm inclusiv administrației sau factorilor decidenți din administrație, tocmai pentru a realiza comunicarea internă. Și acest sprijin de a înțelege beneficiile unui augmentări a modului în care ei lucrează, care, da, înseamnă schimbare, dar înseamnă și un avantaj potențial.
Domnule Găureanu, rămăsesem dator cu revenirea la dumneavoastră și mi se pare că domnul Homorădean cumva a ridicat mingea la fileu făcând trimitere la administrația publică locală. Da?
Recunosc, nu sunt un specialist pe comunicare, dar îmi dau seama de beneficiile ei. Da, orice primărie trebuie să aibă un departament, un compartiment pentru comunicarea cu cetățenii, este foarte important, dar mie, într-adevăr, mi se pare importantă comunicarea în cadrul instituției. Și aici cred că trebuie lucrat un pic mai mult prin discuțiile pe care le-am avut cu domnul profesor și cu colaboratorii dânsului, am ajuns la concluzia că aici va trebui să apăsăm cât de mult pedala pe comunicare și conștientizarea celor din primărie pentru adoptarea soluțiilor pe care noi le propunem, pe care le vom propune, care vor fi ele. Dar această adoptare a acestor soluții trebuie să vină cumva conștient prin comunicarea pe care noi o să avem cu ei. Și mie mi se pare cel mai important lucru, având în vedere că activitatea mea efectivă de a coordona acest personal și, într-adevăr, este foarte greu să lucrezi cu un om care nu-i convins de ceea ce îl pui să facă.
Domnule Barna, aș vrea, sau nu că pot să-l pasez Aș vrea cumva, iar la fel, în completarea celor spuse de domnul Găureanu și de ceilalți antevorbitori, referitor la comunicarea care există deja între echipele de proiect din companii și echipele de proiect din primării. Există cumva, n-aș zice disensiuni, dar diferențe de stil pe care le identificați?
N-aș spune neapărat că există diferențe de stil, ci mai degrabă lipsă de personal la nivelul primăriilor. Nu au capacitatea de cele mai multe ori să pună în relație cu echipele de implementare personalul necesar în a avea succes în implementare. Și când vorbesc de succes în implementare, nu doar de comunicarea internă vorbim, ci de un personal care, din partea administrației, care să aibă un know-how suficient atât pe procesele interne din primărie, cât și pe ceea ce se dorește a se implementa și pe rezultatul dorit al implementării. Și aici, de cele mai multe ori, proiectele eșuează, deci din acest considerent. Chiar pot să vă zic că personal am avut o experiență prin care am dorit să fac o depunere online a unei decizii de impunere. Cu tot know-how meu de IT, mi-a luat mult mai mult și a fost mult mai greu procesul decât dacă m-aș fi dus să depun fizic. Deci, cu toată aprecierea vis-a-vis de colegii din zona de IT sau din business-ul de IT, și noi trebuie să fim foarte atenți la cum creăm interfețele cu utilizatorii finali, astfel încât ele să fie cât mai optimizate, chiar dacă, să zicem, nu avem de cele mai multe ori suportul administrației pe optimizarea acestor interfețe. De asta am spus la începutul intervenției că o digitalizare fără optimizare de proces intern din cadrul administrațiilor nu este o digitalizare care să genereze succes și valoare adăugată nici pentru cetățean, dar nici pentru funcționar.
Pentru că ne împuținăm în sală și mai avem doar o jumătate de oră alocată, aș vrea să dedicăm timpul rămas tragerii unor concluzii despre lecțiile învățate în ultimii ani, cel puțin de când operăm zi de zi cu ideea, cu cuvântul, conceptul de Smart City, dar și cu perspective pentru perioada viitoare. Și, desigur, celor care mai sunteți alături de noi, vă invit să și adresați întrebării domnilor din acest panel, dacă aveți, bineînțeles, dacă a rămas ceva nelămurit. Aș începe cu dumneavoastră, domnule Brad.
Ceea ce aș recomanda eu cetățenilor, membrilor și funcționarilor din primării, trebuie să aibă curaj să nu imite lucruri, ci să le abordeze într-o formulă originală, pornind pur și simplu de la ceea ce constată că sunt probleme semnalate de către cetățeni. Până la urmă, sigur, o administrație se confruntă cu sisteme sociale, dincolo de partea tehnologică, sociale complexe și trebuie să fie atent, într-adevăr, la specificul, structura populației, să vadă care sunt nevoile și apoi să încerce să-și fundamenteze aceste planuri de acțiune pe specificul local. De ce spun asta? Pentru că, într-adevăr, am văzut de multe ori și o influență, o copiere a unor proiecte și de aceea ele nu au eficacitate locală pentru că populația nu este pregătită. Ca să intrăm așa într-un ton mai glumeț și de aceea nu vreau să dau numele acelui oraș. Au văzut că în anumite orașe sunt introduse trotinete electrice, etc. și bun, s-a gândit și acolo primăria să aducă. După 2 zile au dispărut trotinetele, le-au găsit prin balcoanele oamenilor, prin portbagaje, pe la țară. Ei neștiind că sunt monitorizate prin GPS. Adică sunt comunități în care anumite lucruri încă nu au ce să caute, nu-i pregătită populația, nu înțelege la ce este bună inițiativa respectivă. Și sigur că, indiferent cu ce provocări ne confruntăm, trebuie să mergem înainte, este clar, trebuie să mergem înainte, nu avem altă alternativă, pentru că până la urmă trăim de zi cu zi într-o anumită comunitate, ne lovim de niște lucruri și cred că fiecare dorește ca acestea să fie mai bune. Trebuie să fim atenți la distorsiunile care se produc, excesele care se întâmplă. Vedem de multe ori, de exemplu, un exces în zona imobiliară o poate să afecteze indirect sau direct poate alte inițiative. Ne uităm la cazul Detroit și cred că este un semnal de alarmă la care trebuie să fim atenți.
Am auzit la toți colegii de panel în diverse luări de poziție anumite abordări și mi-am dat seama că toți în timpul liber căutăm cloud-ul guvernamental și legislația adecvată pentru el, ca să ne ușurăm puțin treaba noastră în administrație și în domeniul privat.
Domnule Homorădean, tot la fel, lecții învățate, perspective?
Cred că ne putem uita la ultimii 15 ani de lecții învățate de țările europene și de administrația europeană în ceea ce privește abordarea acestui proces transformativ sprijinit de digitalizare, dar nu având ca scop digitalizarea. Sprijinit de digitalizare pentru a avea o viață mai bună, mai confortabilă, un nivel de siguranță, securitate, eficiență și așa mai departe. Și cred că uitându-ne la exemplele și la modul de evoluție a orașelor, a țărilor, a abordărilor, putem să filtrăm aspectele metodologice care au dus la rezultate, de cele care uneori au avut, să zicem, un drum înfundat. Cred că, inclusiv din discuția asta, și o discuție care, desigur, întotdeauna merită lărgită, putem împreună, industria, împreună cu administrația și împreună cu administrația centrală, să dezvoltăm acest cadru de guvernanță a evoluției spre un nivel mai bun de inteligență a orașelor și un nivel mai bun de digitalizare a întregului sector public, doar că lucrul ăsta trebuie să fie făcut prin dialog. Nu este suficientă comunicare. Apropo de punctul ridicat legat de întrebarea dacă comunicăm cu administrația centrală sau nu. Comunicăm, dar nu dialogăm. Asta este diferența esențială a faptului că, așa cum spunea domnul Brad, dezvoltăm o comunicare după care ea se întrerupe la un moment dat și lucrurile rămân, din punctul nostru de vedere, în aer, desigur, fără să existe o continuitate bazată pe un drum, o viziune pe care să o putem urma împreună. Ei, cred că avem maturitatea ca și societate deja să avem abordări mai sustenabile și mai reziliente în domeniul ăsta și cred că ține de noi toți să avem o atitudine de a continua și de a poate crește oferta noastră și insistența noastră de a oferi sprijinul. Așa cum o facem și către administrațiile locale din Transilvania, să o facem în continuare și să încercăm, având tradiția faptului că nu putem să stăm așteptând ca lucrurile să se întâmple de la centru, însă avem experiența de a face ca lucrurile să se întâmple bottom-up, spunem, da, pornind de la conlucrarea unul cu unul și în formatele asociative pe care le dezvoltăm, totuși ca să facem lucrurile să meargă înainte în direcția bună.
Domnule Stanciu, de asemenea?
Da, ca lecții învățate, eu cred că noi putem să luăm toată experiența noastră din cadrul proiectelor europene, atât cele cu finanțare națională, cât și cele cu finanțare transnațională. Și tot ce am văzut în Europa, și nu numai în Europa, în cadrul acestor proiecte nouă ne-a deschis o perspectivă extraordinară, care ne ajută enorm de mult în tot ceea ce privește inovarea în administrație și contribuția pe care noi o aducem în administrație. Suntem și membri într-un EDIH, European Digital Innovation Hub din România, deci în continuare învățăm lucruri noi. Cred că o strategie smart ar trebui să aibă fiecare oraș și fiecare comună din România, ca să aibă un ghidaj, nu trebuie să fie de 300 de pagini, poate să fie și de 50 de pagini sau de 70 de pagini, astfel încât să aibă un ghidaj, să aibă o situație reală, să vadă primarul în fiecare secundă, atunci când își dorește, unde suntem pe domeniul ăsta și ce putem face în domeniul ăsta. Poate doamna Mitre aici de față și domnul Brad aici de față când am colaborat la realizarea strategiei noastre, li s-au părut obositoare, poate, insistențele noastre de a insista pe prioritizare, vrem prioritizări, vrem asta. Eu o spun într-un ton de glumă acum și exact, asta a fost nivelul nostru de abordare și pe asta ar trebui să insiste toți oamenii care contribuie sau care sunt implicați într-o elaborare de strategie. Prioritizarea este extrem de importantă și trebuie să batem apa în piuă cu lucrurile astea, pentru că degeaba facem proiecte SF dacă nu au relevanță, utilitate și adopție. E regula de aur a fiecărui proiect smart. Iar ca perspectivă, eu aș vedea crearea, poate că este cumva în curtea AMR sau în curtea, să zicem, statului sau agenției de digitalizare în România, haideți să creăm, să punem la aceeași masă administrații locale cu furnizori de soluții din mediul privat. Haideți să batem odată în cuie parteneriatul pentru inovare și să-l punem odată în practică, pentru că parteneriatul pentru inovare este o șansă fantastică pentru următorul exercițiu financiar și pentru PNRR, mai ales pentru PNRR, și să creăm niște insule din astea de comunicare sau de inovare în care la masa de la Cluj stă Cluj, Alba Iulia, Bistrița, Sibiu, poate Brașov și alte APL-uri și care învață, mediul privat învață sau comunică cu administrațiile publice și invers și văd măcar care sunt nevoile, dacă totuși nu au o strategie în care să fie prospectat deja nevoile astea. Și pe de altă parte, tot ca perspectivă, eu aș vedea implicarea foarte mult în comunicarea a tot ceea ce se face comunicarea smart, absolut tot ce se face în cadrul administrațiilor locale. Pentru că cetățenii nu își iau informația doar din comunicate de presă pe care le ratează, sunt oameni care nu citesc presa deloc, dar sunt oameni care stau pe telefon destul de mult timp și pe toate canalele posibile, APL-urile pot să pivoteze și să disemineze ceea ce au de comunicat. Deci comunicarea, inovarea și punerea la masă a mediului privat și a administrațiilor locale, cred că e șansa pentru următorul exercițiu financiar.
Mulțumesc, domnule Stanciu. Domnule Barna?
Eu am să fiu scurt și aș rezuma în felul următor. Viziune, strategie, educație, comunicare, eficiență operațională, iar digitalul sau tool-urile digitale văzute doar ca un suport pentru a crea comunități inteligente.
Sunt niște cuvinte cheie de la care cred că putem porni dezbaterea de anul viitor, dacă domnul Brad o să ne ajute cu organizarea unei noi ediții și în 2023. Domnilor, doamnelor din audiență, dacă aveți întrebări pentru domnii speaker de astăzi, sigur.
Da, deci în legătură cu ceea ce Cluj IT Cluster poate face în lucruri care să fie proactive, să vină în întâmpinarea acelor nevoi despre care am discutat cu toții, și anume partea de educare a populației, partea de educare a celor care sunt implicați în administrația publică în ceea ce privește modalitatea de construcție, această construcție de orașe inteligente, să se înțeleagă bine, să se vadă valoarea foarte corect, să fie o chestiune în care va fi perceput faptul că aceste contexte de orașe inteligente sunt pentru a îmbunătăți viața tuturor, pentru a ușura, pentru a face mai armonioasă și mai eficientă. Și în această idee noi am pregătit un set de cursuri și avem lectorii deja pregătiți și asignați, cursuri de instruire, nu numai pentru cei care sunt implicați în administrația publică în această construcție, ci și pentru orice cetățean care este interesat să înțeleagă conceptele și să înțeleagă despre ce este vorba. Și este un curs care este organizat de către Clusterul Cluj IT în parteneriat cu Universitatea Tehnică Cluj, care conferă diplome care au acreditarea Ministerului Educației, deci așa a fost organizat și așa ai pregătit acest program de cursuri și ca atare va fi în stare să rezolve această chestiune, pentru că într-adevăr este foarte important să educăm publicul, cetățenii și pe toți actorii care vor beneficia de aceste contexte de orașe inteligente, în acest sens al cuvântului, orașe inteligente care sunt focalizate pe cetățean, care sunt realizate în scopul punerii în centrul ecosistemului a valorilor umane, în fond, prin asistarea cu tehnologie, digitalizarea ajută, deoarece am văzut ce înseamnă asta, principiul de paperless, aer curat și toate aceste lucruri de care cu toții avem nevoie. Mulțumesc!
Vă mulțumesc și eu pentru completări. Domnule Brad, domnule Găureanu, domnule Barna, domnule Stanciu, domnule Homorădean, să știți că ordinea a fost de la dreapta la stânga mea. Vă mulțumesc că ați împărtășit atât de multe idei celor care ne-au privit și pentru că am avut privilegiul să vă ascult vorbind și să intermediez schimbul noastră de idei. Aștept să ne revedem la anul și vă mulțumesc încă o dată.